Greetings, legends. Uh, Vyrah, reporting for duty. Another day. It's been a couple. It's been some time. I have been struggling with some people call it dark. Some people call it stupid. I call it a fucking. I call it nonsense. So I wasn't able to be as active as I would have loved like, but we're back and we're gonna do some React. We're gonna do some React and we'll start the day with that. After that, some gaming. I'll see how long it takes to actually do some React because I'm kind of behind. So yeah, let me just check out my fucking like nonsense that is called my stream footage. I need to, what the fuck is this? I need to fucking like remove like a bunch of nonsense. What the fuck yourself? Oh my fucking, where the fuck is it open in OBS? Can you tell me? It is the replay now. Okay. Finish VODs 1, 2. And then, here we go. So now I don't have to worry about what the fuck is going on. So yeah, today we're gonna do some React streaming. Hopefully, I'll get the time to do some gaming. Why? Because it's not in life and it's complicated. You get it. Like, anyway. So let's start off with like trailers. I'm actually like quite surprised by why interesting it is to actually react to trailers for it is like, for me it allows me to actually like eventually buy a game and then be disappointed because it lied, but before like the whole like YouTube scene comes to you and tells you do not buy it. Nah, don't do it, don't do it. So yeah, I get to react to that. It's kind of fun. It doesn't take much time, so let's check this out. So this is Clockwork Revolution. Can you believe that there was Clockwork and now it's Clockwork Revolution? I don't know what the fuck it's about. Let's check it out. By the way, does my Steam? Yeah, I actually forgot. Yeah, does my Steam like does my Steam like Steam my OBS show you the stuff? No, it doesn't. Well, good to know, you know. Uh, where is it? Browser. Browser. And it's browser. Let's go. Let's go. Browse it. And it is Clockwork Revolution. I really need to fucking like it to change my page this time. UB share. Browser. Yeah, I got the right one. Okay, perfect. Let me check out. It was a little bit loud. Let me check out. So, Clockwork Revolution. Is this a revolution? We'll figure this one out.
The glittering streets of Avalon sure do shine, because they sweep their filth down to us.
Get your paper in! Who's for a paper?
Here's to playing in the mud. Life here ain't for the soft-hearted.
You will be paying me back until you fucking rust.
It ain't for the spineless.
To keep your filthy pickers off me!
And as sure as shite ain't for the decent.
That's a clean sweep for what
There has been a crime! Justice itself has been affronted! I have been burgled!
Lord Griswick.
Burgled!
Yes, I got that part. Do you know anyone who might wish you ill? We can't arrest and question everyone. Let's see if we can narrow the suspects down a bit.
They were,
Trust your instincts, sir.
tall,
Yes, sir.
built rather slim, well, muscular.
Mm-hmm.
Was very quick, agile,
Go on.
with a mustache. No, larger.
I see.
Quite fashionable. That's the fiend who robbed me.
They got my good side this time. Breaking in is the easy part.
Your brandy, sir.
Getting away with it is the real trick.
These candlesticks ain't gold. Worthless and dull, just like you. Nah, I have a customer. How can I help you?
I'd rather talk to you, Errol. Sounds like I'll get a better deal.
You talk to me first, and him never. Got it?
Uncle's a bit touchy, ain't he, Errol?
Touchy? I say I'm touchy! There. Anything else you'd care to say to Errol? Brains. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it.
Round here, it's all sharp edges, empty pockets, and blood on the cobbles. Goodbye, Silas.
No, no! I'll hurt you, you fucking meatsack! I'll leave you with a pissing bed of peaches!
You'd either got a gang at your back, or a knife in it.
We're family here. Family takes care of its own.
Can't put a price on that, can you?
Them's in charge. They don't keep order. They keep power.
Take this thing into the crucible and melt it.
They just want us beaten, broken, and too scared to fight back.
I don't want to kill him.
That's why it pays to be clever and well-armed. Let's go and end a few arguments. Don't get cocky. They've got a weapon far worse. Time. And if they can rewrite history, they can rewrite us. But look who just found Mummy's keys. Now I can fiddle with time. Put the bullet back in the barrel. Bring the chaos to a crawl. Take a mistake and make it like it never happened. We can change the world as we know it. One choice at a time. And I can even go back and change the past to change the future. And let me tell you, the hunters don't like it when the rabbits got the gun.
Now let me alone and piss off!
Player D1.
Okay, so this is exactly the type of games where I am asking myself, is this is this something that like it's really 50-50? Like it's really either it will be like and on the 50-50 side, I don't think that it will be like this life-changing game, but at the same time, I'm asking myself 50-50 with everything that they showed out of the fucking quite disgusting. Yeah. So it's really 50-50. They showed many ways you can have fun and you can like interact and like just like grow within this game. And games like this are promising and then they get released. And then it's like either a fucking disaster or it is a masterpiece. Like on this one, I believe that it will be like a messy average game, to be honest. Like I don't know, like maybe it's the stylish choice, or maybe it's the characters that like really like didn't stick with me. But yeah, it is what it is. It is okay enough. Like maybe it is for you and not for me to put it simply. All right. Uh, let me keep going. I have like some more trailers. Um. mm, So, will it make me buy an Xbox though? Like, okay. So this is Clockwood. It's a SSM. Fuck. What the fuck was that? Oh, okay.
The glittering streets of Avalon sure do.
So
Transmitting final brief.
so Stellar Blade, it got released on Steam. It actually like fuck top the charts. Like it was not like it wasn't a console exclusive. But it got released, so let's check it out. What's the hype about? Pretty sure I heard it was because of the waifu. I will not blame people for succumbing to the waifu genre once again. But let's check it out.
Transmitting final briefing. As of now, airborne flight. Techie. I've been waiting for this moment. We've come quite far. How much more do we have to go? It's surprising to see a city in a place like this. All this talk of you being the chosen one, it ends here. Why would she want to destroy us?
Why did Mother Sphere hide this truth from us?
There will be nothing left of you when I'm finished.
That's not an ordinary enemy!
What is that?
It's me,
So basically, all the people playing gacha, usually have computers to play gacha even more. And basically, the my reaction is because of I saw that like it became quite successful on Steam. Like all the gacha people were like, wait, there is like a gacha like type of game that you can buy on Steam, and everyone bought it. Like basically like gacha games, it's beautiful girls fighting whatever the fuck they find as an enemy, and I feel that like it's the same vibe. Gameplay wise, I don't know. I'm guessing that like if they do a port, it's a good game overall. It's really like. They cater to the fucking gachas, huh? The fucking gachas. They know that they play computer. Yeah, it seems logical. Maybe the game is awesome. I have no clue. What I have a clue is that yeah, must be an interesting game to be ported. Must be an interesting game in general. Game is always more interesting where your character is not like someone dislikable. Uh, Nothing much I can add to that. Like maybe it's a game for you. Actually, maybe it's a game for your friend that is a mega fucking simp. Other than that, yeah, I probably won't play it. The game seems legit though. Like the game seems legit. It's a full-on game. So yeah, let's check this. Let's keep going, shall we? Mm-mm. Okay, there was like a stream. Let's check this out. Talking about gacha. Me thinking Wua has the best graphics. This is legit graphics, indeed. And people are like, why the fuck video gamers like don't fucking go outside anymore? Do you see the outside that they propose us? This is the outside that like we can like spend time with and actually like have friends in it and maybe a relationship. Look at your fucking outside. No fucking wonder people don't fucking go out of the fucking room for like 6 years. And people are like, but why? And I'm like, is there like something is beautiful when I go outside? No, it's scary, and most people look at you like you fucking like own them all the money and hurt like someone in their family. Compared to this.
社会是个混沌系统，将毫不关联的碎片串联在一起的。靠你了，小马，快点跑吧。
What the fuck? You can fly with the horse?
俯瞰城市。
The fight seemed legit as fuck. Damn. So this is a gacha game apparently. Let me check. This isn't this isn't a gacha. Wuthering Waves. Thank you for watching. Wuthering Waves. Wait, it's just built different. I mean, it's not like that popular or something, but like, I gotta admit, dude, like at this point, maybe it's like and it's on phone, so I guess you can play on consoles. Yeah, yeah. What the fuck? Well, I don't even fucking know what to say because like I've seen like a couple of reveals and it's like it doesn't look as beautiful as this. And it's, what do you get like about the argument? Do you understand what the fuck I meant? Where it's like, yeah, people should go outside and stuff, and it's like, look at your fucking outside. People look at you, look at you like you killed a bunch of children. No matter who, everyone looks at you like you have done something wrong or you're at the wrong place. And on top of that, watch out the fucking graphics. Like we can live in fantasy world all day, all night, and you tell me, no, let's go outside to fucking like there are like three places that look like it's kind of pretty, you know. I'm just like, yeah. Here's my argument.
靠你了，小马。
Here's my fucking argument. Like I get to fucking do horse driving and fly with a horse because fuck you in a fucking place that doesn't fucking scare me each time I fucking go outside. And I don't feel fucking judged because like people are fucking freaks. So yeah. The game is Wuthering Waves Catheria. Seems like a game that I'll never play because fuck gacha. For the reason that you will not believe that like I'm actually like if I go into a gacha I buy everything, and if you don't have the money, well fuck that. I will not fucking grind whatever. So yeah. Is this yeah. Okay, so yeah, now some people might have understood why the fuck people don't go outside and tell you, "Oh, video game is my life." Yeah, because look at the life outside, and especially like, look at the fucking people how they treat you outside compared to like you go you go to a fucking war zone in a fucking video game. People still nicer than your family, nicer than your girlfriend or boyfriend in a war zone. The dude lost an arm and stuff. He has no family. He is living on his last fucking breath, and the dude is like, not for real. Like I care about you. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Why can't we have nice things? Why can't we have nice things in real life? Like, we're at the point where like we're at the point of drinking. Well, it's like, yeah, like some fucking like prodigies were able to fucking like show you how to live and how life will be beautiful if you actually understood that being nice is really nice. And they managed to fucking create an industry behind like, and maybe let's be nice. And we're still at the, you go outside, you feel like a criminal. You don't even know why, which is really pathetic if you ask me. Okay, let's keep going. I like a couple more. So much more. Like, oh, this one is actually important for WoW. So I'll still play WoW like in a couple. Like I've been like kind of tired. I've been like fucking life tires me. I want to be fair. I won't say. I won't say.
What's up, everyone? We just got some really interesting news about the big add-on removal that's going to be happening in War.
So these huge add-ons will be removed soon.
of Warcraft. So specifically, which add-ons are likely going to be removed. So we've got this post here to go through in a second, which shows some of the biggest add-ons that are likely going to be gone when this happens. So if you didn't already know, Blizzard are planning to remove any add-ons that significantly impact combat and give like unfair advantages, or give, you know, that feel like they're required for, you know, dungeons, raids, that kind of thing. So damage meters, you know, deadly boss mods, things that are like, you know, move here, jump, you know, don't stand in this.
Damage meters?
Anything that
Okay.
like warns you or gives you a edge over other people, specifically things like weak auras. You know, you might go into a raid and everyone says, you know, everyone use this weak aura and it will tell you where to stand. All that sort of stuff they want to get rid of. So this is the main thing here. Let me just make this bigger. Okay,
so back in the day, DBM wasn't like as like professional as it is. We were still able to raid. So yeah. But yeah, DBM, the change will be brutal. Weak auras, the change will be brutal. Recounts, to be honest, like the change will be okay-ish, I guess. Like it's important to see who does what and who is like the. It's just important to see like who is the who is like the person that makes the whole group struggle. Let's check it out.
So this is the main issue here. So if we look at this, this is a post talking about the add-on removal when it was first discussed. And it was that starting from 11.1.7, which is the next patch, which I believe comes out in like a week or two. So that's when they're first going to start adding their own functionality for certain add-ons that exist. So we've got the, you know, the cooldowns, in-game cooldown trackers. We've got they're planning to do an add-on that will remove like Heliky, whatever it's called, that tells you what to press. They're adding their own version of that to help players learn their rotation. And basically what they want to do is eliminate mods that make computational decisions about how players should interact with different encounters. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Okay, so now let's go into the exact add-ons that are likely going to be gone. Also, if you do find this useful, do consider subscribing. I've made this purely to talk about WoW news and guides and all that kind of thing. So if you want to see more, subscribing helps me out a ton. We are at very early days of this channel. So this is a post by this guy here. And this person is an analyst for Method and a dev at Waggle.io. So this is about as legit as it can get. So if we look at this, they are saying, I'm not sure if people realize how massive of a change the upcoming add-on/API restriction is going to be. Out of the top 15 most downloaded add-ons, 10 are going to be completely dead or heavily affected. Biggest change to the game ever. So I do just want to preface this by saying, if you're not aware,
I think it will be long term a good thing, because like a lot of like raids are completely, you download deadly boss mode and basically you don't have to really think too much. Not in a really awful way, but more in a homogeneous way actually, where like people actually need to learn the strat a little bit more. It will be a good thing technically, I guess on the long term. Short term, it will be a mess, because a lot of people will get used to fucking like just steamroll, like just destroy every single fucking like raid and dungeons. It will not matter to them anymore, right? Like it will be a little struggle, but like I think that like it will force a little bit more interaction, and maybe people won't be so fucking toxic. Like it's unbelievable how fucking like toxic people and childish people are over a couple fucking like really dumb details about the game, where it's just like you just have to be nicer and you win the encounter. It's not even about skill anymore. Like I've seen like many raids where it's just like you just have to talk about the strats once and you pass the boss. You just have to fucking like stay after one wipe and we kill the boss. You just have to be to actually like assign people to do certain stuff and we pass the boss. And yeah, so it will force this type of behavior over everyone knows, and everything is already done, and you don't need to really think about it. So we'll see. It's my advice. I think overall it's better because like there were like some like when it comes to like game development, well, it's really good to create like such a unique fight and for DBM to say do that, do that, do that, and actually the fight, the real mechanics are kind of like ignored, you know. So yeah.
Their plan is to
Let me just check out if my computer is burning, if my actual streach. Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay.
We've got some really interesting news about the big add-on removal that's going to be happening
The fuck? Did I start it?
in World of Warcraft. And I
Yeah.
made this purely to talk about WoW news and guides and all that kind of thing. So if you want to see more, subscribing helps me out a ton. We are at very early days of this channel. So this is a post by this guy here. And this person is an analyst for Method and a dev at Waggle.io. So this is about as legit as it can get. So if we look at this, they are saying, I'm not sure if people realize how massive of a change the upcoming add-on / API restriction is going to be. Out of the top 15 most downloaded add-ons, 10 are going to be completely dead or heavily affected. Biggest change to the game ever. So I do just want to preface this by saying, if you're not aware, their plan is to cover it with their own in-game version. So, you know, damage meters go in, but they are going to make it so that you don't need a damage meter. Where that means they're going to add their own damage meter.
So this is like for like a newcomer, like new player. It makes it really new player friendly because you wanna play Valorant, you download Valorant and you play Valorant. You wanna play League of Legends, you download League of Legends and you play League of Legends. You wanna play Dota 2, you go on the Steam page, you read a little bit about Dota 2, and you actually install League of Legends. But what's great about this is that like they actually understand the new player surge that there is in the game. That will not fucking because like you want an add-on. Okay, so what the fuck is an add-on? All right, as a new player, right? The fuck is an add-on? Okay, an add-on is something that you need to add to. Oh my fucking god, it's already complicated. You get me? And then you can use Spirit Forge. What the fuck is Spirit Forge? It's a software that you add so you can add. Can you and usually there's a lot of people that will just choose to not do that. Out of just out of like how complicated, out of complexity, just because it's too complicated, or just because they're like, I paid for my game, I'm not supposed to fucking become like some sort of fucking hacker or developer that fucking helps the developer fucking like adding the stuff that is actually missing from the game. And so what Blizzard does here is actually a really good move because these people, they will play without recounts, they will play without DBMs, they will play without anything. You know why? Because they told them once where how the fuck you're supposed to get DBM, and they were like, yeah, thank you, no thank you. Okay, it's really not my thing, and I don't plan on changing that. But these people, because of that, they don't get access to the same type of like content just because, well, they're not tech savvy enough, and they do not care enough to fucking like learn how to fucking like use add-ons and stuff to what for like just to be able to fucking be bullied because you don't do the max DPS. Like technically it's that, okay? So I think that like overall it is a good thing that like add-ons like this are like replaced and reused and remade in the way of Blizzard. This is great. I think that this is great overall. Now, how it's implemented, this will be a different question. But how it is like promoted, this is a great idea. For the average new player that actually comes and every single new expansion, there is a new player, and wow, especially during the period I'm doing this video, especially ultra popular. So there's a lot of new player incoming into the game.
But they're going to add their own tracking thing. it remains to be known, but let's go into this. So, and this is like 10 of the biggest ones being removed. And as you can see, a lot of these are, I mean, I don't know how clear this is, but basically I'll read out the ones that are in red. But there's a lot of things popping up at the same time. So you've got deadly boss mods here, DBM, and then you've got down here, you've got DBM dungeons, you've got DBM Season of Discovery, then you've got DBM PvP mods. This is probably the worst one I can think of when it comes to, you know, required. If you're learning a fight and you're going in blind, this can pretty much save you sometimes. It tells you when to move out of something, when to turn your back. If there's like a cast we have to turn away, it will tell you to turn away. It will tell you to hide behind cover. It does a lot. So this is one where people might feel they need it to compete with everyone else, to have the same reactions. And the main problem is Blizzard are then designing their fights around this knowledge. Everyone's using this. Blizzard need to get a bit more creative to make it a bit more, you know, challenging.
Yeah, and it takes away a lot of like hard work that Blizzard does, where it's like they try to make cool fight, and then DVM says you go left, and the dude wasted like 3 to 4 hours thinking about how to make a fight look cool. You know, this is like also like on the developer side, the game designer side, it is also like quite a fucking beautiful move.
And then if you don't have the add-ons and you don't want to use add-ons, you're in a pretty bad spot. So all those things are going. Then we've got like big wigs and little wigs, which is similar in that it kind of gives you a little bit more information in fights. We have plate and nameplates, which is, it's kind of surprising because it is just a nameplate add-on. You know, it just changes the boss nameplate. However, what it can do is you can set it up to track certain mobs. So you can go into a fight and you can have, you know, what mobs by like what their plate looks like. Of if that's a mob that you always need to interrupt, you can track like the things around it and the debuffs and things like that. So, you know, it's a small helper. Then we've got, I think, Hekili. That's the priority helper. That's the thing where you literally have a box on screen that tells you your rotation. It literally tells you what to press. And they're making their own, which is coming in a couple of weeks to do that for us. Down here, we've got weak auras. Weak auras is kind of like a add-on box. It's like a thing where everyone can make their own thing. It's like a template to kind of fill what you want. You know, I think that's a shame because there is a lot of really good stuff that can be done with weak auras. For example, if you're in professions or if a new piece of content comes out, and like think about like when you go into Corthia and you have to collect 5 eggs a day and 2 eggs a day and like 5 nests a day, things like that, whatever it was, you could have a weak aura that would track that for you. So it's strange that that's going as a whole, but there is combat elements to that. Method raid tools, GTFO that tells you to move is going. Threat plates again, Voodoo, Healbot, which is wild. Healbot is I've used Healbot for healing since I was first healing in Burning Crusade. So yeah, I've always used Healbot. It's literally a template where you can set all the player names and you can assign like left click to a heal, right click to a heal over time. You know, middle mouse to a, you know, remove curse, that kind of thing. And you can just like have like click to heal. And that's going to be going as well, according to this analyst. So very, very interesting. I think it's a good thing as a whole. I think it's a good thing that, you know, we're not going to be so reliant on add-ons, but it's on Blizzard to make the game good. It's on Blizzard to take all this out and still leave it.
Right.
With a really good competitive game, which yeah, there's a lot of things here I don't want to see go, so I really hope Blizzard just make their own. I'm happy to lose details damage meter if Blizzard make an in-game one that everyone has on a fair setting. You know, remove Healbot, but add in a click to heal system that's as good as Healbot, things like that. But yeah, really want to know what you guys think here, because this is a really big change that is probably going to come sooner than we think. So yeah, let me know what you think. Good, bad, any that you think should have been saved here, or that you think maybe they're a little too harsh on. But yeah, that's that.
Thank you, Medieval Martiwell. I'll actually subscribe just in case. This was really good content. This is what I like. It wasn't like fucking 25 minutes of just bashing add-on after add-on. Yeah, so a new era is coming of like PvE, maybe. And while the first periods of adaptation will be completely fucking awful to a lot of people. Overall, it will make the game more fun because, like, I cannot tell you that, like, you go into a raid and like you have DBM and basically like you don't know the strat and just like you basically just like follow the little voice that tells you go there, here it's not safe, stuff like that. Takes away from from like I used to my greatest raids were like Karazhan, and the raids I had the more fun were Karazhan, with Gruul, Materidon, and there was like another one, I think there was like there was like another one that I forgot. Maybe another one. I'll fucking remember. Pretty sure that like yeah, maybe it was it. The rest I tried and was too weak, right? But like back in the day, so the things that they take away here are things that back in the day we didn't have, and I can assure you that raiding was more fun when actually people had to fucking like know what the fuck is going on and not be guided by some fucking AI voice that fucking tell you everything. So it is a great news. Wait, did I just stutter?
Cover it with their own in-game version. So, damage meters go in, but they are going to make it so that you don't need a damage meter. Where that means they're going to add their own damage meter, where they're going to add their own tracking thing, it remains to be known. But let's go into this. So, and this is like 10 of the biggest ones being removed. And as you can see, a lot of these are, I don't know how clear this is, but basically I'll read out the ones that are in red. But there's a lot of things popping up at the same time. So you've got deadly boss.
I fucking hate myself. I just like watched the whole video. I don't know if you heard any of it. And basically, well, you get to rewatch it. Fuck it. Let's rewatch it. I actually watched the video on the other fucking like window. It's fine.
What's up, everyone? We've got some really interesting news about the big add-on removal that's going to be happening in World of Warcraft. So specifically, which add-ons are likely going to be removed. So we've got this post here to go through in a second, which shows some of the biggest add-ons that are likely going to be gone when this happens. So if you didn't already know, Blizzard are planning to remove any add-ons that significantly impact combat and give like unfair advantages or give, that feel like they're required for, dungeons, raids, that kind of thing. So damage meters, deadly boss mods, things that are like, move here, jump, don't stand in this. Anything that like warns you or gives you a edge over other people, specifically things like weak auras. You might go into a raid and everyone says, everyone use this weak aura and it will tell you where to stand. All that sort of stuff they want to get rid of. So this is the main thing here. Let me just make this bigger. Okay, so this is the main issue here. So if we look at this is a post talking about the add-on removal when it was first discussed. And it was that starting from 11.1.7, which is the next patch, which I believe comes out in like a week or two. So that's when they're first going to start adding their own functionality for certain add-ons that exist. So we've got the cooldowns, in-game cooldown trackers. We've got they're planning to do an add-on that will remove like Heliky, whatever it's called, that tells you what to press. They're adding their own version of that to help players learn their rotation. And basically what they want to do is eliminate mods that make computational decisions about how players should interact with different encounters.
Yeah, so basically they are making it so you cannot just go into a raid, having DBM and have no clue what's going on and have the AI voice just tell you what to do. And this is actually great. We used to actually like have like some DPM, but like at this point it ruins the fun for everyone, to be fair, to have DBM and all these add-ons, because on a game designer perspective, well, they have to take into account that like no matter what creative stuff they can do, basically like the add-on will actually like destroy any type of like difficulty that that they that that they try to create for a challenging interaction. And on the other side, well, people will actually like just like demolish the boss hyper fast, like without like thinking too much about it, because these interactions that were like scrapped or just like um made made non made uh made really like useless, not useless, but like non-challenging, not interesting. Well, these mechanics, well, people will not notice them and will not take as much pleasure to discover them and to actually conquer them, because like there were like a lot of bosses, maybe WoW Classic, WoW Azeroth, uh, while burning the Burning Crusade or the Wrath of the Lich King, like where like these encounters there were like challenging challenges about it. Let's say like in Nextramus, the dance, right? The dance that you have to go. Well, these were like challenging mechanics that people did not have like add-ons to fucking like really like save them, and these became like quite a favorite of the people because of how happy it made the players to actually overcome these type of challenges. So yeah, it will be like a strange phase.
So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Okay, so now let's go into the exact add-ons that are likely going to be gone. Also, if you do find this useful, do consider subscribing. I've made this purely to talk about WoW news and guides and all that kind of thing. So if you want to see more, subscribing helps me out a ton. We are at very early days of this channel. So this is a post by this guy here, and this person is an analyst for Method and a dev at Waggle.io. So this is about as legit as it can get. So if we look at this, they are saying, I'm not sure if people realize how massive of a change the upcoming add-on/API restriction is going to be. Out of the top 15 most downloaded add-ons, 10 are going to be completely dead or heavily affected. Biggest change to the game ever. So I do just want to preface this by saying, if you're not aware, their plan is to cover it with their own in-game version. So, you know, damage meters go in, but they are going to make it so that you don't need a damage meter. Whether that means they're going to add their own damage meter, whether they're going to add their own tracking thing, it remains to be known, but let's go into this. So, and this is like 10 of the biggest ones being removed. And as you can see, a lot of these are, I mean, I don't know how clear this is, but basically I'll read out the ones that are in red, but there's a lot of things popping up at the same time. So you've got deadly boss mods here, DBM, and then you've got down here, you've got DBM dungeons, you've got DBM season of discovery, then you've got DBM PvP mods. This is probably the worst one I can think of when it comes to, you know, required. If you're learning a fight and you're going in blind, this can pretty much save you sometimes. It tells you when to move out of something, when to turn your back. If there's like a cast we have to turn away, it will tell you to turn away. It will.
Yeah, but like at the same time, it's like, yeah, but there is, it takes away the whole discovery and the challenge of like discovering a new in a dungeon or raid, and not fucking like being like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do. I have my AI companion that does already fucking has all the answers. Like, I think that it's a process that will uh and like for when it will become banned, it will be quite difficult and quite like unnerving for a lot of players, but overall I think it will be a good experience for everyone, because like well, you will get into raids and you'll have actually the need to think, and you won't have like this fucking like already predisposed like add-on that tells you fucking like how to live, how to breathe, how to think, how to fucking play with keyboard, which is something like when it's already settled, you know, like in within the game, people just like take it. But if you take it away, people will actually play the game more and think about the game more and feel more rewarded for this to actually like successfully defeat some bosses or finish some dungeons for the same reason. because they were challenged, and it wasn't like fucking DBM telling you go left and big buff and hide it and whatever the fuck, you know. And think about also like the average player. The average player, he doesn't fucking get the add-ons ever. Never. Never. You like your mythic plus 17 or raid heroic never does it. And these players usually they tell you like I'm not a fucking like I buy a game and I play it. I don't want to fucking like have like a proxy app that will fucking like tell me what to do and I don't I buy a game and I play it. It sounds stupid. Yeah, it sounds stupid. It sounds stupid because you played like you probably played more than like 100 hours in fucking WoW, and for you it sounds stupid. But for the newcomers and for the new players that I really hope they will show up. Well, this will be like the selling point of yeah. I bought the game, I played the game, it's complicated, yeah, but like at least I don't have to fucking like have 15 website opens just to have like the right add-on, and after that I need to fucking update the add-ons and all the stuff, which is not like to say that, like add-ons are bad. I'm just like when it's like something that just adds like aesthetic, it doesn't matter. But like when it's life or death situation, I'd say even Redder.io is not the greatest fucking like add-on just because of how much you fucking need to fucking do. Just for what? Just to fucking get called off, not still not get recruited in the same fucking raids, you know? Like it can, but at least with that, it skips you the achievement, right? Like before Redder.io, you needed to show the progress achievement of your raid, right? Now it's different. Like, but to be fair, like Redder.io, you need to install an app. You need to fucking like link your fucking Blizzard account with Redder.io. It is not something complicated for you or for me who spent like many hours and will spend many more hours playing World of Warcraft. It is for the new player that actually like fucking give up level 20 because it's like, what the fuck is this Redder.io? I don't want a new fucking app again. I don't want to fucking download CurseForge, and I don't give a fuck if the game is good or not. My other games, I buy the game. I don't have to give a fuck. Like I don't have to care about anything. I bought the game. I played the game. I finished the game, and it was online as well. Here it's like, what the fuck is this nonsense? So you can do that and you can do that, and it's like, fuck off. And and I think that like Blizzard really should be like praised because they really take into account the new players that try to enjoy the game and do not without forgetting like the high hand players, right? But they really like take the time to care about like the new players that will really enjoy the game, just like I did when I came back, without like fucking caring about like the fucking like two world races that will be a little bit worse, will take a little bit less time because they don't have fucking DBM and fucking like 15 like add-on that fucking at this point do your taxes, votes for you, and actually is the reason you're still married because you actually like when you were like at this party, he was the one that actually pretended to be your wingman all the night, and he was actually the one texting and taking pictures of you. Okay, right. So let's get back to the video.
Will tell you to hide behind cover. It does a lot. So this is one where people might feel they need it to compete with everyone else, to have the same reactions. And the main problem is Blizzard are then designing their fights around this knowledge. Everyone's using this. Blizzard need to get a bit more creative to make it a bit more, challenging. And then if you don't have the add-ons and you don't want to use add-ons, you're in a pretty bad spot. So all those things are going Then we got like big wigs and little wigs, which is similar in that it kind of gives you a little bit more information in fights. We have plate and nameplates, which is, it's kind of surprising because it is just a nameplate add-on. You know, it just changes the boss nameplate. However, what it can do is you can set it up to track certain mobs. So you can go into a fight and you can have, you know, what mobs by like what their plate looks like. Of if that's a mob that you always need to interrupt, you can track like the things around it and the debuffs and things like that. So, you know, it's a small helper. Then we've got, I think, Hekili. That's the priority helper. That's the thing where you literally have a box on screen that tells you your rotation. It literally tells you what to press, and they're making their own, which is coming.
Yeah, and so this is where like Blizzard actually like do like where actually like they don't just ditch like ideas that makes the game really too playable for like people that actually will prefer to discover the experience of like what it is to be struggling during the Burning Crusade or Wrath of the Lich King, right? And but at the same time, like there were like add-ons helping you to play. When it's done by Blizzard, it's better. And people complain about the one button player. Actually, I didn't thought about it, but like there is like a couple people that like actually it actually helps as fuck disabled players. Ever thought about like disabled players actually like having the chance to play World of Warcraft thanks to the one button that like makes you play the game? Yeah, right. And then all the newbie players that tell you, bro, like I cannot fucking like I need time to just understand. And they're not a fucking like they're not a fucking Twitch streamer or content creator that tells you, yeah, no, before I started like playing this type of game, I already like played 20 like them, right? So it's like I'm really happy that they take care of the new community that actually don't know what the fuck is an MMO, what the fuck is a MMORPG, and actually they actually cater and they actually offer them like ways to actually like being able to simply mm, to simply have fun within these games without you, the mythic plus 16 17 and the dude that cleared 4 out of 8 in mythic undermine, without you being too having too much struggles because of that. Because I must say, like, we are quite a minority, the people that finish the high level stuff, and a lot of player in WoW. It's just fucking play their dailies and it's just like play stuff by themselves, you know, and it's bother no one. And I mean, you get what I'm saying. I'm just I'm kind of done with this idea.
In a couple of weeks to do that for us. Down here we've got Weak Auras. Weak Auras is kind of like a add-on box. It's like a thing where everyone can make their own thing. It's like a template to kind of fill what you want, you know.
Yeah, for Bandit, like Weak Aura is basically like you have it, you tell people what coin to take, and the game is easy, right? And it's like it breaks the game, but at the same time, like some fights are complicated, like they're complicated. You assign someone who actually knows what the fuck, it's fine, but like it's just like Weak Auras, for example, completely breaks the fight of Bandit and Undermine, where it's just like, yeah, it tells you what combination to do, and then you win.
I think that's a shame because there is a lot of really good stuff that can be done with Weak Auras. For example, if you're in professions, or if a new piece of content comes out, and like think about like when you go into Korthia and you have to collect 5 eggs a day and 2 eggs a day and like 5 nests a day, things like that, whatever it was, you could have a Weak Aura that would track that for you. So it's strange that that's going as a whole, but there is combat elements to that. Method raid tools, GTFO that tells you to move is going. Threat plates again, Voodoo, Healbot, which is wild. Healbot is I've used Healbot for healing since I was first healing in Burning Crusade. So yeah, I've always used Healbot. It's literally a template where you can settle the player names, and you can assign like left click to a heal, right click to a heal over time, you know, middle mouse to a, you know, remove curse, that kind of thing. And you can just like have like click to heal, and that's going to be going as well, according to this analyst. So very, very interesting. I think it's a good thing as a whole. I think it's a good thing that, you know, we're not going to be so reliant on add-ons, but it's on Blizzard to make the game good. It's on Blizzard to take all this out and still leave us with a really good competitive game, which, yeah, there's a lot of things here I don't want to see go, so I really hope Blizzard just make their own. I'm happy to lose Details Damage Meter if Blizzard make an in-game one that everyone has on a fair setting.
Yeah, I think like this will be interesting. They will. I think that like the game will be more challenging because people will not be able to skip like a multiple what was it called? Multiple dynamics of a boss or a raid just because well just because fuck you yeah fuck you the add-on does it for you. This will be more interesting, and actually like the game designer that actually took the time to fucking like create the encounter will be as happy as the player that will actually for once. Because if you think that like so as someone who plays raid, if you think that I find it funny to actually like have have an AI voice tell me you go left, so now you taunt, you go now you have to go run away, right? It's not fun, it's helpful, and since everyone does it, well, we might as well, right? But like, you know what will be more satisfying for me? Having no AI companion that fucking like tells me that, and actually have a fucking like use my skill to fucking like be like, okay, so what's going on, and win the boss without it. So yeah.
You know, remove Healbot, but add in a click to heal system that's as good as Healbot, things like that. But yeah, really want to know what you guys think here, because this is a really big change that is probably going to come sooner than we think. So yeah, let me know what you think. Good, bad, any that you think should have been saved here, or that you think maybe they were a little too harsh on. But yeah, that's kind of everything. Thank you for watching. If you do find this useful, if you want to see more, do consider subscribing. It would mean a lot. Thank you so much. Take care, and I'll catch you in the next.
Thank you for the video. It was really packed. I had a lot of things to say, so I was like, yeah, for once, this was really a good video describing. I hope I was able to explain to you like the pros and the cons of like certain add-ons. If not, well, what can you do? Sue me. Try. Leave a dislike and tell me that like I don't deserve to. I don't deserve anything. That if I actually did a bad job doing that. Anyway. Well. Right. Let's keep going with major World of Warcraft lore every player should know. I have been out of World of Warcraft for so long. I missed a couple expansion, some that I missed more than others. Let's check out what it is for a new player or for someone like me that came back to the game. What is the lore that is absolutely needed? Let's check this out.
World of Warcraft isn't just a video game. It's a world with hundreds of thousands of years of history, and a story that continues to pull in millions of players time and time again. Whether you're running dungeons, questing through new zones, or just hanging out in Dornogal, there's a good chance you're standing in the shadows of something huge, some moment in the game's past that shaped everything around you. your character's background history, the zones you visit, and the characters you meet. In this video, we're looking at 5 of the most important and most influential moments in Warcraft's lore. These are some of the events that have changed Azeroth forever, and once you know them, you'll start to see their impact all over the game. We're not going to rank these by importance, so number 1 is no more significant than number 5, but instead we're going to follow these stories in the order it all happened in. Where else would be best to start than at the beginning? So one of the first on our list of most important events in the World of Warcraft is the creation of the Burning Legion. The Burning Legion is one of the longest running antagonist forces in World of Warcraft's history. To understand its origins, we have to go back hundreds of thousands of years to the time of the Titans, godlike beings born from world souls that slumbered deep within planets. As they awakened, these Titans found one another and formed the Pantheon, a group dedicated to bringing order to the cosmos. Among them was a Titan named Sargeras the Defender. True to his name, he was charged with protecting the worlds that the Pantheon helped shape. But everything changed when Sargeras discovered a planet corrupted by beings known as the Old Gods. These were twisted entities created by the Void Lords to infect slumbering world souls. The Void Lords can be simply explained as a kind of anti-Titan. If the Pantheon are kind of the good guys-ish, then the Void Lords are definitely the bad guys. If the Old Gods were successful, the corruption of a world soul would turn the sleeping Titan into something the Pantheon feared most, a Dark Titan. Something they couldn't defend the universe from. Horrified by the presence of the Old Gods, Sargeras decided to destroy the planet in its entirety, believing it was the only way to stop the threat. But by doing so, he inadvertently killed the nascent world soul within the planet. When he reported back to the Pantheon, they condemned his actions, arguing the corruption could have been cleansed instead. Consumed by fear and doubt, Sargeras isolated himself and eventually came to a grim conclusion. Life itself was the threat, vulnerable to corruption, and he decided that all life had to be purged to protect the universe, and so his burning crusade began. To build the army that would carry out this crusade, Sargeras shattered the demon prison world of Mardum, unleashing its countless inhabitants. The explosion of fell energy twisted his form into something monstrous and left behind a burning wound between the twisting nether and the great dark beyond, a fiery scar in the night sky that marked the beginning of his war on creation. Sometime after Sargeras' betrayal, the remaining Titans of the Pantheon discovered the planet of Azeroth, and within it, a powerful, slumbering world soul. Like the planet Sargeras had destroyed, Azeroth was infested with Old Gods. But instead of destroying it, the Pantheon chose a different path, to save and to purify the world. To carry out this mission, they created the Titan Forged, beings shaped from the crust of Azeroth itself and imbued with the strength and purpose to battle the corruption. Some of these were empowered even further by the Titans themselves, each granted a portion of their creator's powers and personalities. These champions would then become known as the Nine Keepers. Under the leadership of the Keepers,
so these are the bosses, so these are the monsters that you encounter in Ulduar.
The Titan Forged waged war against the Old Gods and the Elemental Lords, eventually defeating them and bringing order to the planet of Azeroth. The Keepers then created even more Titan Forged to help shape the planet further. Races you might recognize today: the Earthen, the Vrykul, Mechanomes, Mogu, Tolvir, and some others. All crafted from stone and metal using the Forge of Wills, a massive titanic construct designed to build life. But peace wouldn't last forever. One of the now imprisoned Old Gods, Yogg-Saron, secretly manipulated a keeper named Loken, turning him into a puppet of the Old God. Through Loken, Yogg-Saron corrupted the Forge of Wills, unleashing a terrible curse that would change the fate of Azeroth forever. Now you might be wondering, on a list of only 5 events, why include a curse? But the Curse of Flesh is far more significant than it first seems. Over time, this curse spread to nearly all Titan-forged beings. True to its name, it transformed them, turning beings of stone and metal into creatures of flesh and blood. It often stripped them of their immortality and left them far more vulnerable than before. The Earthen became dwarves, Mechanomes became gnomes, and the Vrykul gave rise to the humans. Many of the core races of the Alliance we know today all trace their origins back to this single event. Without the Curse of Flesh, the Alliance as we know it might never have existed.
Okay, this is actually a huge information. I actually didn't knew that at all. What the fuck? So it's the Curse of Flesh that makes us, as Alliance, play mortals. This is fascinating stuff. This is actually great content.
Kind of wild when you think about it that way. Moving on to our third major event in the Warcraft history, the Great Sundering. This was the catastrophic aftermath of the War of the Ancients, which took place around 10,000 years ago. At the time, the Night Elves had evolved into a powerful civilization thanks to their proximity to the Well of Eternity, a shimmering lake of arcane energy drawn from the very lifeblood of the Night Elves had evolved into a powerful civilization thanks to their proximity to the Well of Eternity, a shimmering lake of arcane energy drawn from the very lifeblood of Azeroth's world soul. The well was actually formed when one of the other old gods was torn from the planet's crust years ago, leaving behind a wound of raw magical power. Over time, the Night Elves began to experiment with the arcane magic, but by doing so, they were unknowingly sending waves of energy rippling across the universe. Those ripples eventually reached Sargeras, the Dark Titan who was always hunting for signs of powerful world souls. Consumed by his mission to destroy all life, he set his sights on Azeroth, determined to claim its power for himself. And with that, Sargeras assembled his army of corrupted demons, the Burning Legion, and launched the first invasion of Azeroth. Azeroth was then defended by those who lived on it at the time, primarily the Night Elves who opposed their kin's reckless use of the arcane magic, and then the dragon aspect. Powerful dragons evolved from Titan-forged beings and charged by the Keepers with protecting the world. As the war against the Burning Legion reached its peak, arcane spells fueled by the Well of Eternity spiraled out of control. The portal allowing the Legion's invasion became unstable, and the well itself imploded in a massive eruption of raw magic. The explosion shattered the temple that was built around the well. It sent violent quakes across the land and triggered the world-altering event known as the Great Sundering. In the aftermath of the Great Sundering, the once massive supercontinent of ancient Kalimdor was torn apart, and nearly 80% of the land mass was sent to the bottom of the Great Sea, leaving behind the scattered continents and islands we know today. So far we've covered ancient cosmic battles, the rise of our ancestral races, and the cataclysmic events that shaped the very world beneath our feet. But now it's time to bring things a little closer to home. Next on our list of the most important events in Warcraft's history, the creation of the Dark Portal. Now, I know I just said we're bringing things closer to home, but ironically, this next story starts on an entirely different planet. In the vast Warcraft universe, there are many worlds and planets, and one of the most important is Draenor. Unlike Azeroth, Draenor didn't have a world soul, which meant the Void Lords had no reason to send old gods there. As a result, life on Draenor evolved more naturally, and one of the dominant races to emerge on the planet were the Orcs. The Orcs originally lived in harmony with the elements, following a deep-rooted shamanistic culture, but over time they lost their connection to these elemental spirits. As they struggled without that guidance, one ambitious shaman, Gul'dan, became desperate for power again, and that desperation caught the attention of course, the Burning Legion. The powerful Eredar demon lord, Kil'jaeden, offered Gul'dan a deal, unimaginable power, in exchange for waging a war against the Draenei, the other major race living on Draenor at that point in time. Gul'dan, of course, agreed, and the corrupted horde was born. After devastating the Draenei and their part of the bargain complete, the Orcs found themselves abandoned by the Legion and struggling to survive once again. Desperate to escape their world and searching for a new planet to conquer, they looked outward, and they eventually found one, thanks to Medivh, a human mage under the influence of Sargeras. Together, Medivh and Gul'dan opened the Dark Portal, a portal linking the world of Draenor to Azeroth, and then soon after unleashing the Orcish invasion that would change the world forever. And I think it's safe to say, no Dark Portal, no invasion of Azeroth, no World of Warcraft. and that's exactly why this moment earns its place on the list of the most important events in Warcraft's history. And finally, we come to the last event on today's list, the rise of the Lich King, one of the most iconic and defining moments in Warcraft's history. When most people hear the term Lich King, they immediately think of Arthas Menethil and his infamous fall from grace. But Arthas wasn't the first to bear the title of the Lich King. The original Lich King was Ner'zhul, once a respected Orc shaman whose transformation marked the beginning of one of World of Warcraft's darkest legacies. After the Orcs failed to conquer Azeroth, most of them returned home to Draenor. A few years later, they launched a second invasion into Azeroth. Not to conquer it though, but to gather powerful artifacts that they could use to open portals to new worlds. Teron Gorefiend, the first Death Knight and disciple of the fallen Gul'dan, approached the aging shaman Ner'zhul. He urged him to reunite the Orc clans and restore the Dark Portal. Ner'zhul agreed, and Gorefiend was sent into Azeroth, where he successfully recovered 3 legendary relics: the Book of Medivh, the Jeweled Scepter of Sargeras, and the Eye of Dalaran. With these, Ner'zhul planned to open gateways to other worlds, but by this time, the 4th artifact, the Skull of Gul'dan, had already begun to corrupt him. The wise shaman was now gone, replaced by someone driven by the hunger for power, no longer caring about the fate of the Horde. As Ner'zhul cast the spells to open multiple portals, the chaotic energy tore Draenor apart. Just before the world collapsed, he and his followers escaped through one of the portals, only to then be captured in the Twisting Nether by Kil'jaeden. Furious at Ner'zhul's betrayal, Kil'jaeden sentenced him to a fate worse than death. The Demon Lord's loyalists, known as the Dreadlords, Tychondrius, Mal'Ganis, Balnazar, Deathrok, and Varimathras, all tortured Ner'zhul until he submitted. His spirit was then ripped from his body, bound into a suit of enchanted armour known as the Helm of Domination, and a powerful rune blade known as Frostmourne. These 2 relics were then sealed in a block of unbreakable ice, creating the prison that would become to be known as the Frozen Throne. Imprisoned in the Frozen Throne and reshaped by demonic magic, Ner'zhul's mind and spirit expanded beyond mortality, and he eventually became the Lich King, a being of terrifying will, dark power, and the artifact of the horrors still to come. And there you have it, 5 of the most important moments in Warcraft's vast history. Of course...
Okay, this was fascinating. I actually didn't knew a lot of them, a lot of these. This was actually a good crash course when it comes to... I didn't knew most of it. But this was really, 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 really interesting. Like, this was really interesting. Kaz, subscribe to the Kaz. Okay. Okay, and I just want to sub membership. No, thank you. Right, you cannot subscribe. Well, too bad. Yeah, this was actually quite the fucking good good lore video. I didn't knew I didn't knew most of it, like, and it's true that, like, it's interesting. I just didn't understood one thing.
Than death. The Demon Lord's loyalists, known as the Dreadlords, all tortured the nation and a powerful rune blade until he submitted. His spirit was then ripped from his body, bound into a suit of enchanted armor known as the Helm of Domination, and a...
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is what I thought. Okay. So, yeah, so the armor of the Lich King is actually Ner'zhul fragment. Okay. Let me just keep on going. Let's go back to... Okay. Let's go back to something interesting. I like these topics where like people talk about life a little bit. So let's just get into a video that is probably like the not the most not the most not the most uh the most happy video, but it's something you always learn something, and there is always something to get out of these videos. For me, for you, and for yeah. So let's check it out. Why real growth? Bro, like I can I subscribe? The fuck is this? I don't want any perks. The fuck happened to YouTube? Learn more about subscribe plus. I was maybe already subscribed. Okay. So why real growth feels like loss? Let's check it out.
So I'm sitting here and just reflecting on this past year, and I started to realize how much I've grown and that it's something I should be proud of. But then I also have this lingering thought in the back of my mind that it's also been one of the most painful years of my life. And I started to think there's a lot of pain involved with growing. When I hear about growth, I usually think about something that's exciting and positive, like a breakthrough moment or a dramatic transformation. That's why people love the idea of a New Year's resolution. We set a goal that we think will change our lives and make us look completely different by the end of the next year. But the growth I experienced was nothing like this. I don't have a dramatic before and after photo that I could post on my socials. When I reflect on
Yeah, sometimes growth doesn't come from the fact that you learned something and it made your life better. It comes from actually your life got completely messed up. You got destroyed, and you had to grow. You had to grow up. You had to grow, and you had to survive. And because of that, you felt growth. I'm pretty sure that this is not like what he tries to explain, but for some, this is sadly like mostly the type of growth that they felt in their life, where life fucking like was becoming just like unbearable, and they had to fix problems that they should have never been even concerned about, and this is what made them who they are. And sometimes, when this happens often and often, like, do not blame the player, blame the game, and just try to fucking like get an idea like of what changed them, what made them who they are. And maybe sometimes you'll find more empathy towards individuals that seem just unapproachable and just mean in general, because the story is true, like you don't end up being a criminal for no reason. You don't end up being a jerk for no reason, you know?
how I've changed, I think about things I've let go, the time I spent questioning who I actually am, and all the moments when it felt like I was just stumbling through the dark. Social media makes us think that growth is a straight line, loud and flashy, but real growth is messy, uncomfortable, and sometimes deeply painful. At least, that's what I experienced. And the pain is a necessary part of the process. To grow means to change, and change is naturally uncomfortable. Who doesn't want stability and familiarity? It's why we cling to routines and relationships that may not help us anymore. They're familiar and they make us feel safe. When we start to grow, we disrupt that sense of safety. And when that goes away, we start to feel anxiety or emptiness because we're changing our circumstances. We're changing ourselves. Think about starting a new habit, like waking up early to exercise. At first, it feels like you're losing sleep, and comfort and whatever routine that you had before. Your body is probably resisting, and your mind tries to convince you it's a waste of time, and everything is telling you to give up. That discomfort is a natural reaction to change, but it doesn't mean that the change is bad. Growth is painful because we're getting rid of the old to make way for the new, and that's never easy. One of the hardest parts of growth is letting go of old habits, old identities, sometimes even people. These things might have defined us for years, shaping how we see ourselves and how we see the world. Letting them go feels like we're losing a part of who we are.
And I think that like one of the things that he doesn't mention is also how your daily habits are profoundly reshaped because you choose to grow. Let's say you don't spend hang around with your friends that were like really toxic to you, you know. Well, it reshape even if it was bad, it reshapes your schedule, you know. And there's a moment, and each time for like a long time, there will be like a moment in your week where you'll be, yeah, I used to fucking hang out with people I used to like, you know, back in the day. Or when you try to have a new habit, like, and it's something that is challenging, tell yourself, yeah, back in the day, like I wasn't fucking struggling at this hour, you know? I wasn't fucking like doing these efforts at this hour. So yeah, I completely understand. Like,
Even if it doesn't align with what we want to become. I learned this firsthand when my dad passed away last summer. He was such a strong presence in my life, even when we stopped talking every day. He and I share the same first names. I'm a junior and he was a senior. So my whole life, I felt like I had this name that I had to live up to become a better version of him. When he died, that part of my identity also felt like it went away. I wasn't just the eldest son anymore. I couldn't ask for his advice or for him to bail me out of a tough situation. Growing up meant stepping into roles that I wasn't ready for.
and this, not to like, nope, I'm not like too cold talking about this. This can happen with your friends or your girlfriends, or like it doesn't only take death, you know. Sometimes separation is enough for to feel the same feeling, and it is normal, but it is, depending on the person, it can be heart-wrenching, you know. Really, 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 really can be messed up, you know.
Like being the head of the house and taking care of my mom and my brothers. Letting that go initially felt like I was losing a part of myself and a connection to him. But as time passed, I realized that letting go didn't mean losing my connection. It meant honoring it in a new way. It meant that I outgrew that part of me. And outgrowing something doesn't mean that it's bad. It just means that whatever you outgrew doesn't align with what you're turning into. This could be a job, or a mindset, or even a relationship. Maybe you've been friends with someone for years, or even in love. But as you grow, you might realize that your priorities don't align. Outgrowing can be painful because it comes with a sense of nostalgia and guilt. You might feel like you're abandoning something or someone that was important to you at one point, but that's a sign that you're changing. It's not failure or betrayal. I experienced this with a group of friends that I've known since elementary school. As we grew older, especially in this year, it felt like we were going in different directions. They were prioritizing things and experiences that I wasn't. And at first, I tried to hold on. I thought if I could just bring them with me, we can keep things the way they were. But the truth is, you can't force somebody to grow with you in the same direction or even at the same pace.
And this is one of the sad realities where you get to discover if your friend is really your friend or not, because it is possible. It takes a lot of effort from both sides, but it's just the realization that, you know, your friend, that you do not matter to your friend as much as you thought you did, is heartbreaking. Like, and I've experienced that like many times where we went through other passes, and I was always the person willing to do the compromises because I really fucking love people. Okay, like I really fucking love everyone. I really, and usually it's more, well, usually with my personality, it's more of a can you handle me type of person that like usually end up being my friends, you know, just because I am all around, you know, like I am all around. I do a ton of things, and and I have a dark past, and I basically like I'm the cliche of of the person that you do not recommend to your parents, or the person that you do not talk about to your parents, the person that you do not talk about to your other friends, you know, like not because like I was in relationships where it was like now that with like some retrospect, uh, I'm the type of person where like I'm too much for people. You ever heard that? Like this person is just too much, you know, and not in a but thankfully it's not in a mean way, egocentrical way, or like just like not trying to show off or anything, but it's just like the energy level is just like unbearable to a lot of people. And so, yeah, underground relationships, I saw this many times where because because I have this because I have this altruistic, ultra friendly type of I'm this ultra friendly type of person. I will fucking like keep the fire burning if it means that I have to do a couple more efforts. But then you do these couple more efforts and it's not enough. And this is where reality hits, you know? And you're like, yeah, I guess we were not meant to be friends with each other, or at least not anymore. And to be fair, like this has to be like one of the most like really just like heartbreaking stuff that I lived, you know.
I started to notice that our conversations felt empty, like something was missing, and our friendship just wasn't the same anymore. I felt guilty for pulling away, like I should have done more to keep the friendship up. But deep down, I knew that holding on to it would have only held me back. Outgrowing that friendship felt like losing a piece of my childhood, leaving all those inside jokes and late nights of straight yapping. But over time, I realized that letting go wasn't about turning my back on them. It was about respecting what we had while making space for what's ahead. Some relationships aren't meant to last forever, and that doesn't make them any less meaningful. Growing up feels painful.
Okay, sorry really to interrupt on that. When the fuck did people started saying yapping? I have been outside of the internet for like I've been like not fucking like doom scrolling like for like a couple times for some time, and then everyone says that they're yapping. Where does it comes from? Tell me, when did it started? When did people started yapping? Please tell me. I feel so behind because I'm like, so people yap these days, huh? These days, huh? What the fuck does it mean? I guess it means like chill talking, like just like talking. Okay, I got that. When did it started? I missed the memo. What? I I just fucking like I just went back online and I was like, yeah, everyone is yapping, and I'm like, the fuck does it mean yapping? Where the fuck does this word come from? We're yapping. Like, please tell me. Uh, I'm sure I'm not the only one who just like discovered the word yapping, and like when everyone was already like saying it, you know, like I really like had this fucking realization, and I was like, that's what people yap, huh? The fuck does it mean? And why does everyone does it? Where does it come from? Tell me. I'm so done.
painful because it makes us face the reality that we can't carry everything and everybody with us as we move forward. Letting them go can feel like a step backward, like you're losing more than you're gaining. And that's probably the hardest part about progress. It's not always immediate or obvious. You put in the effort, but the rewards take time to show. And during that time while you're waiting, it can feel like all your hard work is for nothing. You're putting in this time and energy and sacrifices, but the results haven't caught up yet. It can make you feel like a failure. You might think, why am I even doing this? Nothing's changing. When I started therapy, it felt like I was digging up more pain than healing. My therapist was challenging parts of me that I believed in and associated myself with for years. And each session we talked about things I thought I had figured out or buried. It was painful and confusing, but I kept going to our sessions and eventually I picked up on some subtle changes. I was kinder to myself, more patient with others, and less reactive in stressful situations. I was improving, but I just couldn't see it in the moment. All I could think about was what I was struggling with, and I couldn't see what I was gaining in the long term. And that's the key to navigating all the pain that comes with change. Instead of viewing progress as everything we're leaving behind, we have to think about how we're actually taking it and turning it into something new.
So there's a part of grief also because like like when it comes to progress, you are destroying a part of yourself, or at least like changing a part of yourself if we talk about real growth. So a real change in your life to improve it. uh you are you are really destroying and or like leaving behind something about your life to create some to push further, like to invest yourself in something new, right? Or you invest yourself in something new, and because of that, life changes. Your life revolves more about your project, what you want to do, and yeah, there's a lot of grief, and it doesn't mention it. There's a lot of grief to this old life where things were not as challenging, because like when we talk about growth, well, there's challenge, but like you really feel like you're there, you know? You're not fucking stuck on idle, and you're just kind of like vibing your life, you know? And this is interesting, like because of that, because of your choice, well, fuck it. It becomes complicated because your life changes drastically, but at the same time, you're grieving your past life where it was easier, and sometimes growth doesn't happen or it's not satisfying, right? But when it happens, and when you actually get what you want, out of life, well, good job on you, because not a lot of people, like, there isn't a lot of people who even chase that, you know. And if it's like there isn't a lot, there is a lot, but like there isn't a lot that commit to it until the end, you know.
I remember a couple months back when my wife asked me to help her repot one of the houseplants she was growing because it was growing like crazy. And I don't know anything about plants, okay? I've killed a cactus before. But while we were repotting it, she noticed there was some root rot. And if we wanted this plant to survive, we'd have to trim all those infected roots to give the healthy roots a chance. In the same way, if we want to keep building, it means that we have to let go of things that don't serve us anymore, even if it's painful in the moment. The discomfort and the grief are all part of the process of becoming something greater. If you're in a time in your life where you feel like you're progressing but it's painful, you need to realize a few things. It's okay to feel sad or uncomfortable. These feelings don't mean you're doing something wrong. They're just a natural part of the process. Remind yourself why you're changing in the first place. What's the bigger picture, and what are you working towards? It takes time. Trust the process, even when it feels like nothing is happening. Every time we move on from an old habit, or a mindset, or even a person, we make space for something new to take its place. The pain is a sign that you're becoming a more authentic version of yourself. Growth is hard, but it's also really beautiful. So keep going. Every day you're getting closer to who you're meant to be. Cool? Later.
I love these videos. Yeah, what he says is absolutely true. And I think that like there is a lot of credit that like he should get just because of how easily he was able to put into words stuff like this. Because like for a lot of people, people like me who actually I've studied pretty much like every single fucking industry that exists within this fucking like world. Like it is not something new, you know, like there's a lot of people who actually search themselves, especially like young gamers, young people that just I think that like it's really amazing the way in 10 minutes he can just like reassure you about like certain things that are really important and that really brings clarity to some of your doubts. And I think that like this is really well done. I really like this YouTuber. Thank you again, Doozies, for this video. Really something that like brightened my day, because I know how much this type of video actually fucking helps people, you know, like because if you think if you like the moments you think that like you're someone like unbeatable or like unstoppable, that like nothing affects you, it's the moments actually where you are the most vulnerable person ever. Like there is like this is like a truth that is really important to understand. It's but the only type of people that you tend to see on social media, even on your local social media, you know, are these people that like that feels untouchable and that feels like unreachable, and usually they're the ones who are actually like the most vulnerable and everything, you know. So yeah, life is interesting. Life is interesting. Okay. Uh, let's check this one.
Have you ever felt like...
Why does old games feel so much better than the new ones? I will tell you. I will tell you. Maybe it will be a censor as well, but I will tell you. Why do old games feel so much better than the new ones? Simplicity within gameplay, graphics, and also interface, and well, the whole game uh is more is cleansed of a lot of details that these days people you get into video games, and that people cannot really not care and never care, you know, where it's like bloated AIs, bloated UIs, or like online systems that like fucking no one cares about and stuff. And it's, you get you ever heard you probably heard it on the internet, like someone just like fucking like typing like a fucking psycho, and it's like, can I just fucking play the fucking game, you know? And basically like like old games do not have that. Other than that, graphics good enough and stories well done enough, and actually finished products. These are my guesses. We will see if these are the same guesses that he has. Let me just
like games today just don't hit the same? Like they're missing that spark or emotional pull that older games used to have. I've been thinking about this a lot. Why was I so hooked on games in the 90s and early 2000s, playing them over and over again? And why does that feeling seem so rare now? At first I thought maybe I'd just grown out of it, that it was nostalgia talking. But is that really the whole story? So I decided to put this theory to the test. I went back and re-downloaded some of the games that basically raised me. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, Deus Ex 1, GTA Vice City, Quake 3 Arena, Half-Life, basically the greatest hits of my childhood and early teenage years. And you know what? I still loved them, and not just because I'd played them before. It was because of how they were designed. They didn't care if you were ready. They didn't hand you a map because I'd played them before. It was
Mario Sunshine, especially since it is like it is already like next gen Mario, is the perfect example of a a shipped game that is so a sole game that you buy and everything is already. It's not like there isn't like the point where it's like, oh my fucking god, there is like 100 levels, right? But like but it is simplistic enough. It is purified enough. Purified, what's the word? Mm, it it is it is refined. It is refined. That's the word that I was searching. See how refined the game is? It is the same with Wind Waker. It is the same with like a lot of Zelda games where like it is refined. You get just enough of what you need. And new AAA games with like where it's like, yeah, like I'll give you this example that like live service games for, let's say, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, right? You pay a fee every month or whatever the fuck. It's a live service game. It's like, no, dude, like let me play Assassin's Creed like I used to. It's just a game, and I finish it, you know. And then I go, and then I'm happy, and I play another one, you know. Not for this fucking season pass, season battle. It doesn't mean that, like season passes and season battle passes are not good. It's just that like they are everywhere, and in a lot of cases they are on the wrong fucking games. Where like you could ship a game without a fucking without using the resources because there's money to create like a season pass. You could ship a game without a season pass, without fucking like strange DLCs and stuff, and actually fucking sell more uh than that. So yeah, this is pretty much like the reality. And Mario Sunshine is the exact example of refined video game. It's not too much, it's not too little. They really thought about it. It is good enough, you know? And good enough is usually when it comes to like high-tech industries, military, and and uh, I guess well art industries, you know, like good enough means perfect, you know. Like people don't. If you think of like fucking people that like work in all these tech companies, like they aim for perfection. Sometimes they get the chance to, but usually what's good enough is perfect. What's good enough, it means that it is stable, viable, it doesn't fucking break, etc., etc. Anyway, let's listen to what he has to say, but here's the example of like on a game that feels much better than new
It
games.
was because of how they were designed. They didn't care if you were ready. They didn't hand you a map and say, here's exactly how to win. They trusted you to figure it out. They challenged me, and in a weird way, didn't care about my feelings. Turns out, it wasn't just that I got older. Games really did change. And today, I want to dig into what exactly changed, why it happened, and what it means for the games we play now. In the 2000s, games were designed with one thing in mind, making you work for it. They didn't care if you felt coddled or safe. They expected you to figure it out. And honestly, that was part of the fun. They didn't just throw hints at you like you were a lost puppy. They trusted you to explore, fail, and get back up again. Take Half-Life 2, for example. There was no constant stream of cutscenes or blinking arrows telling you where to go. You had to pay attention to piece together the story through the world itself, like a detective in a sci-fi fever dream. Or look at Deus Ex, which casually dropped codes in random conversations and notes scattered around, and expected you to actually write them down somewhere. It forced you to slow down, to really pay attention, and to own every little triumph. This kind of design didn't just make you feel like a passenger, it made you an active part of the world. The moment you remembered a keypad code and punched it in, it felt like you'd unlocked a secret meant only for you. It was these little victories, earned by your curiosity and stubbornness, that made games back then feel so alive. In arcade games like Need for Speed, winning actually meant something. If you wanted to progress, you had to learn the tracks and the mechanics. There were no participation trophies waiting for you at the finish line. If you didn't nail it, you didn't move on, simple as that. In contrast, a lot of modern games seem to hand out points and rewards like they're afraid you'll get bored and wander off. It doesn't
Also, yeah, too many ways to fucking like get rewarded. Like, this is a problem that I see where it's just like you play a game and there is like 5 types of points that you are like all the time getting to actually like make you feel better about yourself or something, and it is not necessary. But like the game industry has changed, so this is the norm. But at the same time, it's just for example this, and let's talk about like for example like online currencies, right? Video game online currencies. We started with one. One was perfect. You can buy whatever the fuck you want with one, right? And then it became like such a mess with the gacha gaming and stuff. But like gachas are gacha. Like gacha gaming is not to blame too much with having like 5 different like fucking like type of currencies. But when a normal game that is not a gacha, that is not a live service, serves you like fucking like 700 fucking like currencies, fuck you. And it's kind of the same with like the rewards and stuff where it's like yeah, anyway.
Doesn't matter if you finish first or last. They'll still give you a pat on the back and some XP. Difficulty often scales itself down, so you never really feel that moment of panic when you're about to lose. Those older games didn't care about how you felt. They weren't interested in propping you up or giving you a false sense of accomplishment. They cared about making you sweat a little, about making the win actually feel like a win. They knew you were smart enough to handle it and that there's no feeling quite like figuring it out for yourself. These days, the focus is often on accessibility and convenience. Don't get me wrong, it's great that more people can pick up a controller and enjoy a game. But somewhere along the way, that convenience started to chip away at the real fun, the thrill of facing a challenge and coming out on top. Instead of learning and overcoming, you're just being gently guided along, never too challenged, never too lost. Sure, there are still games that remember what made those older titles so good, but we'll get to those in a bit. As the gaming industry evolved, corporate interests started to treat games less like art and more like cash registers that just so happened to involve dragons or race cars. One prominent example is the widespread adoption of Battle Pass systems. It started out in games like Dota 2, then
Oh yeah, remember the fucking like Star Wars Battlefront thing where the dude was like, so in order to fucking like play whatever fuck character, I need to grind for like a couple months, 8 hours a day, or I can pay $20. It's like fuck you, dude.
And Fortnite gave it steroids, and now you can't swing a pixelated sword without running into one. These things have turned into a standard feature across genres, with the main goal of making sure you never stop playing. They're cleverly disguised as content, but what they really offer is a list of chores with a timer on them.
Yeah, but like on this one, I will criticize what he says because like battle passes and battle battle pass and season passes are actually like something really healthy for a lot of games because like it allows to actually keep the game updated. It is not like something that is forced onto the players, but it allows for like actual growth of a game, but it has to be legitimized. If there are like good reasons to fucking have it, then fuck yeah, then hell yeah. Like people fucking hate on Genshin Impact, but like the Genshin Impact Battle Pass, fucking worth it. I'd say like what are the games? Fuck. Like there's a lot of like battle passes that are worth it. Now now the problem that he points out is just like, so Silent Hill got released, huh? With a battle pass. You get me? Like game, but technically it's game. There's a lot of games that fits the example where it's like, yeah, it's a release like the new fucking like Silent Hill. Yeah, there's a battle pass in it. You get like free stuff, costs like $70 more. Like this is stupid, you know. But like for a lot of games, it's actually quite healthy for their own economy because some of them are close to free to play. It's not because like the game is cheap price that like that it's because like people can that it's a good thing. It's a good thing that they allow themselves to do that. But yeah, anyway, like there are like the good battle passes, Fortnite, fucking like how is it called? What was my first example? I'd say Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Online has a really good battle pass. Was a third one like that I was talking about. Dota has a good battle pass, and then there are games like the games that he talks about are like Silent Hill, battle pass. You get the season pass as well if you fucking like invest. Fucking stupid. Like imagine Life is Strange battle pass. You get me? This happens to some games where it's like, yeah, no, it's not Life is Strange or Silent Hill, but what? Where even though, like, why the fuck does it has a battle pass?
This model doesn't care if you're having fun, it just wants you to keep checking in, like a clingy app that tracks how many steps you've taken to the fridge.
Overwatch battle pass, no problem, no problem.
The game itself becomes a background detail to the daily grind. Log in, complete your tasks, buy the shiny thing before the timer runs out. The actual mechanics, the stories, those are more like afterthoughts, something to keep you busy while the real business is happening in the store tab. To make sure you don't get too frustrated and stop spending, modern games have gotten really good at smoothing out every bump in the road.
Apex Legend battle pass, legit as well. The game is free to play. It allows to create new seasons, and the rewards are really cool. Like, don't hate the fucking player, hate the game. Now, don't hate hate the publishers that fucking release battle passes on games where like there should not be at all, or battle passes that are just like complete nonsense and just like have no reason to be.
Dynamic difficulty adjustment sounds nice enough, but it also means the game never really asks much of you. There's no spike of panic, no triumph of beating the odds, just a smooth ride to somewhere you're not even sure you want to go. It all feels empty, lifeless, and we wonder why we are constantly buying new games, and then all the experts have the Pikachu face when a game like Expedition 33 drops. All the statistics yell at you, oh, turn-based RPGs don't sell. It's not about the genre. Why and where did we forget to ask the question, is the game bloody fun when developing? When companies care more about engagement metrics and conversion rates than about fun and challenge, you're left with experiences that are technically perfect but somehow empty. If we really want to bring back the magic that older games had, the industry has to remember that challenge and storytelling are the real hooks, not just how many coins you can earn in your daily login.
And I think like this is sad because like I absolutely agree with that, but like it's a message, another message in a bottle. It's another drop in the ocean of complaints. Well, like the industry does what the industry desire to do, and we have like almost like no way to fucking like change that. All right. But do not fucking come to me and tell me that like the whole industry is broken and like there is no video games that are actually not as fun as play as old ones. Like there are many search like life is I know that like it doesn't mean to say something like bad by it. It's just like in this argument we are not in the video game industry is so rich so vibrant, so like it evolves so fast. Like, yeah, it is true that many games are not made for many players. That a lot of games are cash grabs or just scams, right? But a lot of them, they're not, and you have to choose them or take the time to search for them.
Beyond just monetization and accessibility, there's also the simple fact that big game companies tend to play it safe. They're in the business of minimizing risk, which often means churning out sequels, remakes, and formulaic gameplay that's been tested and retested to death. Originality takes a backseat because it's a gamble, and no one in a boardroom wants to roll those dice. This isn't to say that comfort and familiarity are always...
This is true, but the ones that do, they fucking make the big money, and that is kind of like to come back to the what I was saying about, like, yeah, we do not control like the gaming industry. A video on YouTube, a complaint on Twitter will not fucking change the mind of someone of a corporation such as Tencent, Bungie, or like I'll fucking know, Sony. Okay. But do you know what will someday? Maybe if these idiots, they notice that the fucking people that actually do the right choice, they fucking make bank. They fucking like just like get the money printer delivered at their fucking office, right? Well, maybe this will be the time. It will, but corporate rhythm is a different like the time in corporate is not time, like time for corporate entities is not measurable, is not comparable to time compared to real economy or like world development or whatever. Corporate time is corporate time, and it takes time. Well, yeah, is they live in their bubble, you know, like they live in their own reality.
But when every big budget game starts to feel like a copy of a copy, you start to wonder if we've lost something in the shuffle. It's like the industry is so focused on not offending anyone or not confusing them that they forget how exciting it is to be surprised or even challenged. Older games took more risks because there was more room to experiment. Today, that same spirit is often buried under market research and shareholder expectations. And sure, there are exceptions, some big titles that still manage to innovate, but for the most part, the AAA world is about as risk-averse as it gets. That's why so many of us find ourselves drifting back to smaller indie games or those older titles that didn't seem to care if they were too weird or too hard. Because when you're not worried about playing it safe, you're free to actually make something interesting. Not all modern games fall into these traps though. Indie developers are usually the ones out there waving the flag for creativity and player engagement over just lining their pockets. Games like Hollow Knight, Celeste, and Dead Cells.
Yeah, this is true, but this is also because the team that they run do not. So the reality of living like working in a corporation is you want to do one choice. There's 50 people that like need to fucking know about it and need to agree, right? If it's a small choice, if it's a big choice, like it is like discussed over meetings and meetings and meetings and meetings. And the reality is that, like, I'm saying something like completely like something that, like, everyone knows, I know, but like the reality is that having much more liberty allows for much more much more creativity. But do not think that the game designer working for a AAA gaming company is not similar or the same as the one like from the indie company. No, he just like has a different budget, and he is not he simply has not the role to make all the decisions. And I'll give you an example of a AAA company that actually is kind of considered as an indie company, and it is Path of Exile. Check out how Path of Exile was built and everything, and how the team just reacts to it and stuff. And then Yoshi from Final Fantasy. You should check these two out just to know that, like, No, it's like I hate the fact that people demonize like fucking AAA and do not understand that like it's a complete different type of business, and like they talk about them like they're bad people, like the designers from like the AAA are like bad greedy people. Ooh, you know, it's not the case. It's just like organization in the corporate world is something so messed up and so funny at the same time. Like you'll never believe how fucked and how fucking complicated it is. But that's why I like. He has a good point, but it's just that, like I hate the fact that like people basically like say indie company good, AAA company get bad, and game designer indie company good, AAA company game designer bad. You know, no, they're the same. It's just that, like they have different responsibilities when it comes to delivering a product.
Don't rely on your credit card to keep you entertained. Instead, they challenge you, make you sweat a little, and remind you how good it feels to really earn something in a game. They're proof that you can still make engaging, memorable experiences without building a virtual slot machine into every menu. Indie games thrive on innovation, often born from pushing boundaries and challenging established conventions. Traditional tutorials or hand-holding techniques can increase accessibility, but can inadvertently stifle creativity by funneling players through a very specific experience. This means players aren't given space to experiment and find their own ways, leading to a more formulaic feel instead of encouraging creative problem-solving. These prioritize immediate gratification over the long-term benefits of player-driven exploration. Moreover, indie developers have been busy breathing new life into the immersive sim genre, the one that used to be the playground of big-budget games like Deus Ex, Prey, and Dishonored. These kinds of games put real choices back in your hands, in worlds that actually let you be creative, whether you're hacking doors are open, sweet-talking your way past guards, or just throwing a wrench at the problem and seeing what happens. Recent releases like Shadows of Doubt, a detective game in a procedurally generated dystopian city, and Control Alt Ego, where you solve puzzles by possessing everything in sight, are proof that there's still a lot of fun to be had when you let players off the leash. Then there's Journey, an indie game that redefined multiplayer by giving you a sense of connection with complete strangers instead of turning every interaction into a competition. You wander through vast deserts, silently forming bonds with whoever happens to be there, and somehow it feels more meaningful than your average multiplayer game these days. Indie games also don't shy away from tackling serious themes. Celeste, for instance, manages to combine tough-as-nails platforming with a story about mental health and self-doubt that's as heartfelt as it is challenging. It even added an assist mode that set a new bar for making games accessible without watering them down. Through all this, indie developers keep pushing back against the idea that games have to be built around monetization or cheap tricks to keep you playing. They're a reminder that games can still be fresh, personal, and deep.
Yeah, and this is kind of the part where I understand the this dude frustration, but it's not. But I think it does himself a disservice by actually demonizing AAA gaming and demonizing like big brands, basically like big studios, because at the end of the day they don't have the choice, and it doesn't mean that like good games are not like AAA games are not good anymore. It means that almost all AAA games are complete scams, but but for the rest of it, we still get the good stuff. So he's not completely right. It's just that like it doesn't, like I don't like the argument that like indie good, AAA bad. You know, like no. Like it's like there is good in everything. You know.
Deeply satisfying, even if they don't come with a battle pass. It's entirely possible to take all the fancy tech we have now and still hold on to what made older games truly captivating: mystery, atmosphere, and the freedom to figure things out on your own. That's what made so many of those games stick with us, and it's something that's often missing in modern titles. Take Elden Ring, for example. It's proof that players don't always need a glowing arrow pointing them forward. The world is massive, the challenges are real, but most importantly, it's full of moments where you're not quite sure what's waiting around the next corner. It's a game that lets you breathe in the atmosphere and soak up the feeling of being somewhere new and unexplored. This is a far cry from the approach a lot of modern games take, where the experience is meticulously mapped out and explained before you even get your feet wet. Too many games want to make sure you're never lost or confused, but that also means you never get that electric jolt of discovering something on your own. The quest logs, the objective markers, the endless pop-ups, they're all there to keep...
Yeah, this is what I said. Do not demonize the whole like gaming industry, because games, more triple like the big studios release mostly scams. Like, this is true, but do not forget that they release sometimes mega scams, and also sometimes they release really beautiful games and really thought out games that like, and I think that like over time things will become better, but it's just like, I'm fucking like, don't hate the player, hate the game, you know?
keep you on track, but they also take away any sense of surprise. Older games understood that the world itself could be the fun. The satisfaction didn't come from ticking boxes on a map. It came from mastering a tricky platforming section, figuring out how to make the clunky combat system work, or just messing around and seeing what the game would let you do. These games trusted you to find your own fun and gave you the tools to make it happen. Modern games could learn a lot from that. They could focus on making the mechanics themselves satisfying, giving players the freedom to try out weird strategies, and trusting them to handle it when things go sideways. Because the truth is, it's the messy, unpredictable moments that we remember the most. Not the perfectly guided tours with scripted victories, but the times we stumbled into something amazing because we were allowed to wander a little. If we can bring that back, we can keep the incredible tech we have today and still make games that feel as alive and memorable as the ones we grew up with. In the end, what I really miss about older games is the feeling of being alone but not lonely, the quiet thrill of figuring things out, the excitement of finally beating a tough level, because I actually improved, not because the game wanted me to feel good. Modern games, with all their hand-holding and constant rewards, seem to have lost that spark. It feels like I'm being coddled rather than challenged. I miss the times when games didn't care about my feelings, but still managed to make me care deeply about them. I hope that by remembering
Maybe it's a Gen Z thing. We're like, no, because like Gen Z is really like, follow Gen Z. I identify myself as someone from the Gen Z more than I do with the fucking people of my fucking age. Do you know why? Just because of fucking I'm as depressed as them. But you know what? What he said. Preferring like a game that like challenge you rather than giving you a hug. Maybe it's a Gen Z thing, because like I'm telling you, like I'm as depressed as someone from the Gen Z, and bro, like yeah, you know what? Fuck being challenged. I prefer Uggs.
and supporting games that value skill, curiosity, and real challenge, we can bring back some of that magic and push games to be more than just safe and profitable. If this resonated with you, join our Discord where we can rant and complain about games as a group. Subscribing also helps me know if you like videos like this, and if you're into cozy puzzle games, I've got one on Steam, just waiting to give you a chill experience. See you in the next one.
This was a great video. I'm sorry if I say I just I'm just not too fan of like generalization, you know, like. But at the same time, he's making good points. I think that, but he didn't talk about just the fact that like all refined games were. Like, he said it in certain ways where, like, yeah, you were like, you are not like followed and you don't have like this many helps and you discover. Yeah, I think that like it's more also about the simplicity of the systems themselves, where it's like there isn't like 50 fucking thousand like items. There isn't like 50 fucking thousand. You log in and like use this fucking multiplayer and stuff like that, and just like just this bloated, like kind of like really oversaturated type of like games where you're into that and you're like, the game is about just like shooting a couple dudes and why does it feel so fucking like, why do I feel so fucking bad playing it? And I'll give you this example. I'll give you this last example about this. Is actually Cyberpunk 2077, right? Or Elden Ring to this point, where the game doesn't give you too much information, doesn't offer you enough assurance, but at the same time, there is no like this fucking like battle pass, and there isn't like, because like again, battle pass in Cyberpunk, why the fuck, right? It's like, but there's a lot of games that have battle passes, like Assassin's Creed or stuff like that, and you're like, yeah, why the fuck would you do that? You will sell technically more fucking games if you add no battle pass, because like people will just like buy the game. I know technically they make a lot of money out of it, but like technically it takes away like something from like the game itself, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm always wrong. So I must be wrong. Anyway. Let's get into like before anything about this react, if you haven't watched Toradora, I highly suggest you to watch it. It's an awesome anime. There will be a lot of spoilers in it, so watch it. It's really adorable, and it's really something that you should check it out at least. Really weep stuff. I want to go back to weep stuff. So just so you know, I am a big fan of romance anime. Slice of life and romance anime has been like, I've watched as many fucking romance anime as I did like shoujo anime, as I did as shonen. So Toradora, obviously I watched it. I tried to rewatch it. It didn't age as much as I thought it did, but it is quite a fucking adorable story. And so let's check it out. Oh, Toradora broke me. Let's check it out.
Toradora gave me depression, and I liked it. There are two types of anime. The first type ends on a note of complete closure. The story has come full circle, all the important questions have been answered, and it's satisfying. A sequel would feel unnecessary and might even end up making things worse because the story is already perfect the way it is. The other type ends like this.
That can't be it. Where's the rest of it?
And then you realize there is no rest of it and you're doomed to a life of inescapable emptiness. And fanfiction. That's Toradora, and this
Yeah, and sometimes it's just exactly the same case, but it's just I guess I need to fucking read the manga now. Fucking reading the manga. Wow, I'm so fucking excited to read the manga. And you never fucking read the manga at the end of the
This
day.
feeling is called post-anime depression, an experience many people, myself included, went through after finishing Toradora. This experience generally begins with you finishing the last episode, then desperately looking for the next one, realizing there is none, and then proceeding to mope around the house for the rest of the day, wondering what the point of life even is anymore. This feeling can last hours, days, weeks even for some people, and it never fully goes away because the second we think about it again, it all comes rushing back and now you're depressed again. And yet for whatever reason, we continue to seek it out anyways. Why? I don't know, maybe we're just masochistic at heart, but I do know that if a show is good enough to hit me this hard emotionally, then that only means it did something right, and it serves as a testament as to just how good it is. And good this show is. Toradora is one of my favorite romantic comedies, and it'll probably stay that way. The fact that it stands tall as a classic still being talked about over a decade since its release goes to show how amazing it is. But with all this in mind, I had to ask myself, how? How does Toradora have this much of a psychological impact on us to the point where it makes an actual difference to our mental state for this long? It doesn't
Because I don't know, how was your name? Wait. You know why? Do you know why? Do you know why? You want to know why? I actually have the perfect answer. I actually know the answer. I am friend with the mangaka that fucking like wrote the fucking thing. You don't believe me? I don't give a fuck, man. I know the mangaka. He told me. It's because Taiga, the main character, the main girl character, is small. Yeah. No, that's the only reason. No, even. Yeah. Taiga is small. Oh. And yeah, that's fine.
Exactly have the grand scale apocalyptic mental breakdown at Vye Evangelion or the same level of human loss as Steins Gate. All it really is technically is just a high school romance, but it has to be doing something different, right? So how does it do it? How does Toradora create post-anime depression? Or at least that's the gimmick behind this video, but I'm mostly just using it as an excuse to gush.
Because she's small. Wait, really mega small. Yeah.
Anyway, step 1. Make us care about the characters. The characters in Toradora are so damn good. Take Minori. I was completely expecting her to be the perfect love interest character that has no personality. Someone who purely exists as an end goal for the main character. We never learn anything about her. Total weirdo, and it is great. Like, if I saw someone act this way in real life, I'd be seriously concerned, but since it's anime, that immediately makes her waifu material instead. Minori has such a stupidly fun personality, so it actually makes sense that Ryuji has a crush on her. She even watches JoJo, making her a woman of culture. Every time she's on screen, I legitimately don't know what she's gonna do next, but I do know that it's gonna be chaotic and hilarious. And then of course there's Taiga, who... Yeah, okay, she's pretty insufferable at the start, but she's small, so that makes it okay. Thankfully, she does get way more likable as the series progresses, though. What interested me, though, was the fact that she's supposed to be one of the most iconic tsundere characters, and isn't a tsundere. Like, she's just violent at the beginning. Pretty much everyone's a punching bag to her. Ryuji just happens to be the closest one most of the time. She's also pretty open about her crush on Kitamura, and as time goes by, she treats Ryuji way nicer, and it happens very quickly as well. To be honest, I don't think she ever actually hurt Ryuji in the first place, since it was mostly just a stinky attitude and petty insults that don't actually mean anything. But she also has a lot of really sweet moments, and in my opinion, more than makes up for everything by the end. And then there's Ryuji, who's just a genuinely kind person, which seems boring because usually these character types are overly nice and almost seem disingenuine because it's like...
Yeah, but in Toradora, it's actually like you get more than just I'm a nice person and this is my personality. No, he does a lot of things, and the story is well written, the characters are well written, and the storytelling is well written, but it's like it's not just a nice person, it's just an adorable, wholesome person. You get me? And there's a big difference between like a nice person and to a wholesome person. I don't know if you
it's like the show is just trying to make them look good or something. Ryuji isn't like that. He likes cooking and has a weird obsession with cleaning things that nobody cares about. But most importantly, he's just a guy who naturally cares about other people. Sometimes to a fault. And I can respect that. But at the same time, that doesn't make him a pushover. He stands up for himself or gets reasonably angry when he needs to, and has a lot more personality to him than just being the nice guy. But to me, the one character who interested me the most was Ami. At first, it presented her as if she was a total airhead, and considering just how many anime girls there are who unironically behave this way, I actually believed it. And didn't like it. I thought her personality felt obnoxious and forced, and her entire existence felt pointless. Like, why is she here? We already have all the main characters, we don't need you. But then it went and revealed that she was a total bitch, and I loved that. Her very existence instantly made Toradora 10 times more interesting. Because of her and her personality, she brought some really interesting conflicts into the plot and ended up causing a whole bunch of stuff to happen. She was like the missing piece of the puzzle that the show needed to be complete. Even characters like Kitamura, who I honestly thought was kind of boring at first, turned out to be just as weird as Minori, except instead of behaving over the top and loudly, he will do the most insane things and act as if it's completely normal. Like, yeah, I'm a representative of the student council who everyone looks up to and respects. So let's rock up to an event looking like this. Heck, even some of the background characters like the teacher are absolutely hilarious to watch. This woman is most definitely on the brink of emotional collapse and is probably having a midlife crisis. I would actually watch an entire series just based on her trying to find love before it's too late. I mean it. Somebody please make that happen. I love so many of these characters and I could talk about them all day. But so far, everything I just talked about were only surface level qualities. The second step to creating our emotional breakdown soup is to go beyond surface level qualities. How do we make these characters really feel like real people? Well, the answer is Shrek.
Layers! Onions have layers.
Layers! Everyone's got a mask to hide what they're really thinking or feeling. And the more and more Toradora continued, the more it began to slowly peel back the layers behind these characters, and we slowly realized just how much depth and complexity they all have. This is why they feel three-dimensional, it's why they feel realistic, and why we still continue talking about them even to this day. Because it shows us that there's so much behind each of these characters but doesn't fully explain everything, leaving us to put 2 and 2 together and make our own conclusion. This is why, for instance, this series, despite having a main character with multiple girls in love with him, doesn't feel like a harem. Most harems exist for the sake of a competition to see who's gonna win, or so the viewer can.
Yeah, Toradora as it never had that this like it had more like, you know, when you were in high school and you were like a couple of group of friends, and there were like all the girls were really cute in this group of friends, and you were like with a couple dudes as well that were like cute enough, you know. And Toradora has this kind of like aura where it's like, people not being animals. It's just like friends that are like just, yeah, adorable and have their quirks and are interesting to each other, but they never like get to they never get exactly together. And sometimes it's, I mean, you get me. It's not the fuck you, the dude is too beautiful and too nice. Let's try to get him, girls. You know, like it's not like that at all. Like the friendship part, friendly part, the friendship part is really something that appears in Toradora and that's really appreciable. You know, like, and it's
Can
yeah.
self-insert into a pleasure fantasy. But Toradora has completely different intentions. This situation between everybody is far more layered and nuanced. Here, it's not as simple as 3 girls fighting over 1 guy. Plus, for the majority of the show, Ryuji straight up has no idea that any of them do like him. But it's not because he's dense. Well, he is pretty dense, but it's because none of them are transparent. Taiga, for instance, constantly denies her own feelings. She knows Ryuji likes.
Yeah, and the dude himself, like, he's written in a way where, like, the dude, he is insecure, he is not, and he is like a regular person with a regular life, where it's like, if you, and like, if you're not like this average man that is just like nice to people, you know that like you don't push boundaries all the time, and you don't fucking like push the girl even if she's cute, and maybe you have some feelings for her, but it's not like the love of your life type of stuff. I'll die if she's not here, you know. But because of that, I think that like this is also like something that they really do well in Toradora, where it's like the dude is not a crazy maniac that has an idea of a girlfriend all the time, and because of that he lives and breathes by his desire to love someone. It's a regular dude that tells you, I know maybe this girl attracts me, and that's it, you know. And but I don't think she likes me anyway, so whatever, let's keep like life is life, it's okay, let's keep going. You get me. And this is one of like his big qualities, where it's not like there isn't this fucking obsession as well, you know. Like it's just vibes, you know. It's just vibes.
Minori, and that Minori likes him back. And because of that, she believes that Ryuji being with Minori would be the best for both of them, even if she's left behind. This is already much deeper than her just being a tsundere, because she genuinely cares about Ryuji and wants him to be happy. She wants all the people she cares about to be happy, and is willing to deny what she personally wants in order to do that. She even spends the majority of the series trying to help Ryuji get together with Minori, even when he himself won't take steps in order to do that. Taiga, despite her violent tendencies, is a really kind person at heart. And Ami, unlike everyone else, is able to see everything as it is. She's the first to drop her facade and is able to see through everyone else's. She knows what the situation is between Ryuji, Taiga, and Minori, and understands that Ryuji doesn't have any feelings towards her. She feels like it's too late for her, and so all she can really do is push everyone else in the right direction and watch everything go down. And then there's Minori. Out of all the characters in Toradora, she's the one who's been hiding her true feelings the most. She constantly works hard because she doesn't want to be a burden to everyone, and her cheerful Genki personality exists to cover up just how sad she is on the inside. And just like Taiga, she chooses to deny her own happiness for what she believes will be best for everyone else. She knows that Taiga needs Ryuji in more ways than one, and she doesn't want to be selfish, which is why Minori, despite loving Ryuji, pushes Ryuji to be with Taiga instead. Even Taiga and Ryuji's entire relationship isn't as simple as guy and girl fall in love with each other. They both originally pursued the other's best friend as their main romantic interest, and only ever intended to help each other get there. But in reality, what they thought they loved was a very idolized version of those people. Since all the characters in Toradora wear a mask, Taiga didn't really know that much about Kitamura, and Ryuji never knew that much about Minori. But what's interesting is that in the end, out of this massive web of complicated love triangles between all these different characters in Toradora, only one of them actually ended up together. And that was between the couple who spent pretty much every day with each other, the ones who fully understood each other's flaws, the ones who saw each other's true selves behind their masks and liked them for who they were, the ones who were fully comfortable to be themselves in front of each other and ended up falling in love without even realizing it until the end. The relationship is so close to the point where they're dependent on each other and need each other. It's made obvious that Taiga needs Ryuji since her life was a total mess without him, but what nobody seems to talk about as much is how Ryuji also needs Taiga. For all his entire life, people were intimidated by Ryuji based on what he looked like, even though as a person he wasn't scary in the slightest. And in a way, he also wanted to be needed. From the beginning, we could see that he already loved cleaning and cooking, and he even took care of his mom. He's a naturally very kind and caring person, but people would never know that because they never got to know him. And then came along Taiga, someone who wasn't scared of him in the slightest and was someone who did need his help even if she was too prideful to admit it at first. She very quickly got to know Ryuji, and as soon as she learned just how hard it all was for him, she stood up for him and put everyone in their place. And it's thanks to that that everyone started treating Ryuji normally and he started making more friends. And in general, he grew a lot as a person thanks to her as well. These two are so inseparable because they both need each other and they each fill the void the other had in their lives. But it's also because of this dependency that it was so important for Taiga to leave in the end and sort out her family issues before coming back, since they needed to be able to properly grow into people who are able to emotionally support themselves so that when they do meet each other again, they'd be able to have a healthier relationship. But I was still disappointed when it happened because my heart doesn't care about what's rational. Getting back on topic though, all of these characters and situations have been analyzed for so many years now for a reason, because it has so many layers and nuance to it. So now we've
I'd say many colors, like it's just like a good rhythm, like it has a good rhythm, and the characters are not like too much, and I don't know, like watching the show, like like it's just like a certain vibe when you go into like shoujo animes, like romance animes or slice of life animes. It's like you either feel it or not, and usually if you feel it, it's something like really amazing to fucking like watch and discover, right? And Toradora really has this kind of like feeling to it, this vibe, that just makes you know that like no matter what, it's a great time.
We've completed the setup. All the meaning is there, but all of this would slide right under our noses and nobody would care if we didn't have the last step. Moments. In order to fully create the post-anime depression experience in all its glory, we need to get all of this meaning that we've previously built up and channel it all into singular moments of pure emotion that will punch you in the gut. And what better way to demonstrate that than our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Christmas! The Christmas arc is one of my favorite arcs in Toradora, and that's mostly because, in my opinion, it has some of the show's best moments. Up until now, all the groundwork has been laid out. Everything has been slowly building up throughout Toradora, and this is the arc where all finally comes spilling out with some of the biggest emotional gut punches in the entire show. And it sticks with you. At this point, Minori's guilt has been building up for a long time, from being unable to do anything during the Kitamura arc to costing her team their entire game, and of course the entire situation she's in with Ryuji and Taiga. Everything continues to weigh on her more and more. Every time someone asks her to go to the party, she makes an excuse for why she can't. And as these feelings of guilt pile on top of each other, it gets harder and harder for her to keep it together. During the Christmas preparations, after hours of work, everyone has finally finished with the decorations. Taiga even gave them her crystal star to use, and it shines brightly at the top for everyone to see. only for it to suddenly come crashing down. The door opens and Minori stands there, apologizing for hitting the ball through the window, only to realize what just happened. You can see it on her face. This moment crushes her. She just realized that something precious that belonged to her best friend, something that was precious to everyone, was just destroyed. And it's all her fault. She desperately tries to put it back together and refuses to let anyone else do it because she feels responsible. But then Ryuji joins in anyways, telling her that he's just doing it because he wants to and nothing more. That it may be broken, but it can still be fixed. And Minori cries. The next episode, the party happens, and Minori still doesn't show up. And after Army and Tiger's performance, Tiger leaves by herself to convince Minori to come, and after doing so, goes home by herself. She's done what she needs to do. Now Minori can meet Ryuji at the party, and she can celebrate Christmas all by herself. When she was a child, there was one night when she thought she saw Santa, and it was her childhood dream ever since to see him again, even though she now knows that Santa doesn't really exist. But the idea of Santa still means something to her, because it means that someone's looking out for her, which is why she does the same and gives presents to children who need it. And tonight, she has once again given up her own happiness for the sake of everyone else, even resolving to be completely alone during Christmas in order to do that. But then, a mysterious someone dressed up in a Santa bear costume shows up, and makes Tiger's dream come true. What follows is one of the most genuinely sweetest scenes ever, because Tiger is just so excited, and he picks her up and twirls her in the air, and it makes her so happy, and it's just so adorable. And of course, underneath the costume, it's Ryuji. Okay, quick side note, this scene absolutely sold me on these two. Before I wasn't as sure, but after this, it was all aboard the ship and I wouldn't accept anything else. After this, Tiger tells Ryuji that Minori is on her way to the party and that he needs to go see her. And while Ryuji is hesitant to leave her, she insists that she'll be fine, and eventually he listens and goes. And when Tiger comes back inside, she's crying. She realizes that she's been clinging to Ryuji this whole time, and now that he's gonna be with Minori, she can't be the one by his side anymore. And she doesn't want that. Desperately, she runs outside to find him before he leaves, but by the time she does, it's already too late. All she can do is scream his name and cry out to the night sky, all while Minori watches. Amazing moments like these are, in my opinion, what make Toradora so great. Moments like the pool scene, the Guildhall Gone scene, almost the entirety of the last few episodes, especially this scene where all the facades that everyone put up for the entire series comes crashing down at once, plus the greatest kiss scene in anime history. Everything is just pure heightened emotion. And it's beautiful. The way it uses its soundtrack even to enhance these moments, especially Lost My Pieces, makes it so that every time we hear it, we remember all of the emotions of these scenes and everything hits you at once. It's somehow nostalgic, even though I only watched it recently. Even the small things, like the little ways Taiga and Ryuji show how comfortable they are around each other, how they lean on each other and make fun of each other, basically behaving like an old married couple without even realizing it, and how they help each other through so many of life's problems, everything. Whenever I remember Toradora, what I really remember are all of these moments.
Yeah, this is why I absolutely he's basically, so the TV show kind of aged. At least for me, it wasn't like the same magic as much as when I picked up the TV show on the first time, you know. And to be honest, like this is exactly why I fell in love with Toradora the first time. I fucking love Taiga. I fucking Taiga. Taiga, yeah. I fucking love Taiga. I fucking love the fact that like their relationship. I fucking love all the characters, and the ending is actually something like worthwhile. Well, if you're at this point of the video, well, fuck you. You don't get to fucking enjoy that. I should put like a disclaimer before. But yeah, no, Toradora is this great. If you want to get into like romance anime or like slice of life anime, you should really, really, really check this out.
Moments that I can't really analyze or explain because it just wouldn't do these scenes justice. They're just beautiful, more so than words can say. But I do know that they left an impact on me. The meaning behind everything is what made the story function, but the emotion behind these scenes is what really cemented Toradora in my heart as something special. And I guess, in the process, gave me post-anime depression. Either that or I was just unsatisfied with the ending. My name is Ben.
Thank you, Ben, for like Brenda talks. This was a great way to talk about one of my favorite shows. To be fair, I'm kinda rude to this dude because now that I've watched it, I'm like, I'll put a disclaimer. After that. But yeah, wait. Do not. I'm telling you, do not. I just finished watching the video and it reminded me of how awesome Toradora is. Do not watch this video if you want to watch Toradora. It is worth watching. It is not a long TV show. Please, if you're into romance, if you want to discover romance anime, like please offer you do not spoil yourself with with this video. Come back after. But other than that, yeah, if you already watched it or if you don't give a single fuck, then we can do that. We can start watching. Okay, yeah. No, overall, like this was actually like really good. Like really good. Yeah, don't know what to say other than that. I'll see this one. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's keep on. I had like a couple more React videos to actually react to. So let's do that. Let's do that while I'm still motivated to do anything. Yeah. Okay. Right. So let's keep on the fucking like hype train of yeah, let me get to gaming. Right. So perfect. Okay. So let's check out something. Oh, the anime that teach you how to live. I'm actually curious about this one. Let's check this out.
Mob Psycho is a unique show with a crazy, wacky art style. From its insane.
Before anything, Mob Psycho, if you never watched it, give it a try. It is really that good. It is really like fancy. It's really one of the type of like stories that you should at least give it a try. Because it's really that good.
Fight scenes to its heart. Mob Psycho is a unique show with a crazy, wacky art style. From its insane fight scenes to its heartfelt storyline, it has a bit of something for everyone. But what is it about? Why is this show in my top 3 of all time, and how is it different from other shonen anime? Don't worry, we'll get to that. Mob Psycho was written by the author One, the same person who wrote the oh-so-famous One Punch Man and is currently writing Versus. It's about a boy with psychic powers who can do just about anything he wants with said powers. Even when compared to other psychics, he's on another level. Like, we're talking insane gaps in difference between the others. So, how's this different from One Punch Man? Well, I'll give you a rundown. Mob Psycho is a lot more focused on the growing up side of things. Our main character, Mob, is a middle school kid who wants to learn how to grow in different things, with one of the main elements of this show being, if you take away blank, what will you be? With blank being a core part of yourself, something that defines defines you. It's a pretty pessimistic concept, but when put in this story, it actually has a positive impact on our characters as it helps them diversify their internal portfolios. One Punch Man is about a middle-aged man going through a midlife crisis with no drive to better himself. It's funny, it's got its charm, but it lacks that humanity that really defines Mob Psycho. There's a pretty significant gap between the two when it comes to how they're designed despite them having similar premises. I'll link a video by Scamboli Reviews that explores this concept a whole lot more. I need YouTube's almighty algorithm to know what kind of content you guys like, and seeing as he's a massive inspiration to this channel, I highly doubt you won't enjoy his stuff. So let's go a bit more in depth with the story. Mob works as an assistant at a spirit consultation office for his boss, Arutaka Reigen. He's severely underpaid, does all of the heavy lifting, and is being conned by Reigen, who claims to be a psychic as well.
I will add to that, to giving a try to this anime. It is really, really funny. Like the good funny. Like it is really funny to fucking watch. There are like other moments, but it is something that it is not something like it is not heavy to watch. Even though it's a shonen anime, it talks about superpowers and stuff like that. It is really funny and really something like to watch that you can just like chill and like relax and while enjoying the anime. I'll give you these selling points. Give it a try. You know.
Doesn't sound so great on the surface until you actually get to know Reigen better throughout the series. Mob lives his life as a pushover, doing things because he's told to and being pretty spineless, until one day at work he's asked by an evil spirit he's eradicating, "Are you living each day to the fullest?" Upon this revelation, Mob joins the bodybuilding club with a bunch of big guys and pushes himself to be better. Sure, he can lift those weights with his psychic powers. In fact, he could probably lift the whole city if he wanted to, but does that let him live each day to the fullest? Mob recognizes this problem and takes the necessary steps to fix it. Little by little throughout the show, we see Mob go through some real human problems, and in turn, we see him grow. We see his weaknesses mend themselves, and the person who embodies absolute power mentally strengthens himself. This constant push for growth never leaves him. Throughout all the tough shit he goes through in the show, he keeps his ideal strong with the help of Reigen and many others. Very shonen. So let's go over the art. The stylization of this series is insane. It looks like its manga counterpart, and just from looking at the way the series was animated, you can tell this was a passion project from Bones. And here's the best part, it's consistently high quality. All 3 seasons are insanely well made. This 5-second sequence right here probably had more budget than all of One Punch Man Season 2, and it's done in such a unique way. The cartoony style easily transitions into its more serious counterpart, and then into hyper-realistic imagery. Because of this, the range of emotions you actually feel from them is quite vast. Seeing such simple looking characters have complex characteristics, paired with the changes of art style, it actually helps them feel more realistic in a weird sort of way. These types of people exist in real life, and seeing our main protagonists grow and encounter these people makes the world feel like an actual place in reality despite the way it looks. It's a bit of a silly show with design choices that are very different from the norm, and that's what makes it even more special to just about anyone who's seen it. The music, while it isn't anything to write home about, is recognizable. When you hear some of the tracks, you just know it's from Mob Psycho. It's extremely simple with not nearly as many moving parts, but even on my first watch through, I remember as a kid being like, yes, this sounds about right. It helps insert that warm nostalgia feeling that we get, especially when looking back on our past selves, and has a great range of emotions behind it despite the simplicity. Going forward, there will be spoilers for all 3 seasons, so if watching a slice of life with shonen aspects and life lessons integrated into it sounds like your kind of thing, then I say go for it. And even if for whatever reason it's not your kind of thing, I still recommend you watch it, if not only for the unique style, as it has some of the best animation in the industry. Also, if you haven't subscribed,
I completely agree with that. The art style, character design is something really unique, and it's something to just like try to just discover, you know. Maybe it's not your thing, but like it's something that is worth like taking a look. Give it a try.
and you probably haven't as this is my second video, then you know the drill. Do it. Anyways, let's start with season 1. If you watched my last video, you'll know I like to keep these relatively short, so
Let me just check one thing, because like my yeah, fuck. Give me just 1 second. Okay. I sound okay.
as such, I'll only be going over the plot points I find relevant, the characters that stood out to me, and their values. We'll start with our main protagonist, Mob. Mob starts out in the season as the world's biggest pushover. He has zero concept of what an ego is, and he's just a bit of a nobody in his school, which is ironic because again, he holds the power of the sun in his hand. Despite this, Mob doesn't ever use his powers to impress, which is due to his crush and childhood friend, Tsubomi, never really caring about those types of things. From a very young age, he learned that powers of that sort aren't something to flaunt, and that he needed more in his life than that just to succeed. The powers don't make him. Mob eventually would meet the Gym Bros, which has got to be my favorite characterization of a group of gym guys. Just look at these sweet, beautiful chads. It's wholesome. Mob joining these guys' club really helps him progress forward, as it's the first thing he actually does for himself. Joining a group of big men that you've never met before to work out with takes some balls of steel, and these guys recognize it. They accept him, and in turn they help each other get better. Our Gym Bros get a pretty consistent amount of screen time throughout the series, and I really like the dynamic that they have with Mob and each other. It's not just the typical jock stereotype that a lot of media has put onto us. It's a more positive light, a side that attracts people to do better in their lives, which is a huge part of going to the gym to begin with. Speaking of people Mob looks up to, his little brother Ritsu is another one. We learned throughout the first season that Ritsu holds some animosity towards his brother for being the one born with powers, but Ritsu has a bunch of skills that Mob doesn't have. He's smart, a member of the student council, one of the most athletic students in the school, and on top of all of that, he's got Riz. These are all things Mob wants and struggles with, and in turn Mob is extremely proud of him. However, it doesn't go both ways at the start. Ritsu has everything, but he wants psychic powers, and even when he gets them, he still feels empty. He's got a lot of ambition, but because of that, it eats away at him, which leads to an inferiority complex. His standards have always been surrounding psychic powers, and so he works hard, almost trying to earn it through different means. Towards the end of the season, we begin to understand more and more what's going on in Ritsu's head, and how in reality, he was masking his true feelings, trying to fill that void without fully understanding it. It leads to some hurtful things being said on Ritsu's part, but it also leads to their bonds being even stronger than before, with Ritsu being one of his brother's biggest positive influences at the end. Not because Ritsu's perfect in his brother's eyes, but because he managed to overcome those negative feelings he had before. But then there's the guy that Ritsu does not respect. The con man himself. The man with the silver tongue. The real OG Saul Goodman. Arataka Reagan. From his sword to splash to his seto boydash. This man is a menace. Sure, he's a con man, but he does everything he can to make sure the customer is happy with his service. When I say he can do anything, I mean he can do anything, except for issues in the psychic field. This dude's con tactics are so good it gaslights a customer into believing they're cured from their evil spirit. Not only is he like this to his customers, but he's like this to Mob. Okay, I know, this might sound bad. Scamming a child is going too far. And in the first season especially, he's not exactly the greatest role model. The dude gives his best advice sometimes, but he also does sprinkle in manipulation, seeing as he still is a con man. His story still continues, but he's a lot further down the road than Mob, and so he's actually able to help a lot, but because he has this wisdom, he's also able to manipulate him. He teaches Mob not to use his powers against others so as to not rule with an iron fist, which people like Teruki, Ritsu, and Claude do, and in doing so helps Mob make sure he's not alienated from the rest of society. He teaches him humility through that. Another teaching that he lets Mob know is that running away doesn't make you any less of a man. Sometimes it's absolutely okay to turn back when things get tough and let the adults handle it, which is a lesson that's shown to work in season 3 even with adults who are seen as more brave and powerful than Reagan, solidifying that even though Reagan is a coward and a con man, he sometimes does spew that real shit. Not all the time, but he does when it really counts. Speaking of manipulative influences though, we get to Mob's evil spirit sidekick, Dimple. He's another character who could be categorized as corrupt, seeing as he continuously tries to take over Mob. But ironically, even though he tries to manipulate him, Mob's tenacity towards staying on the righteous path moves him. He begins to view Mob as someone who lacks guidance, and in turn tries to bring him over to the world domination side of things. Mob doesn't really care all that much about Dimple though, and it is until season 2 that we really get to see him shine as a character. Though I still love this green fart gas cloud even in season 1. God, he's just so evil. He's such a little gremlin. Finally, we got Teruki. This guy starts out as your typical LA influencer spouting shit like, I'm stronger, I'm smarter, I'm better! I am better! All because he has psychic powers. He lives his life one-upping everyone around him because he was born with advantage, but this insecure way of living creates a problem. Emptiness. He's what Mob could have become if he didn't have Reagan, Ritsu, and even Tsubomi looking out after him, making sure he didn't abuse his powers. Teruki lives a very hollow life, and when met by someone who has the same powers but doesn't abuse them, he snaps. He sees a mirror version of himself, someone who's holding back and going against the very thing that keeps him going every day. Mob, adamant on not using his powers to fight, doesn't do anything. And this was one of those times where I was like, you know, maybe listen to Dimple on this one. And what's crazy is, in a weird roundabout way, it works. By not using his powers, Mob snaps. Teruki drives him to his limit and wakes up Mob's subconscious, which destroys everything. And while up above the clouds, Teruki finally realizes, through this encounter, Teruki ends up being one of the main characters of the series, not because he believes he is, but because he accepts that he isn't. Just like Mob fixed Teruki by holding back from using his powers, but still breaking and using them. The entire thing contradicts itself beautifully. The opposite of their ideals brought them to the place they're supposed to be at. Season 1 overall was a great baseline for what was to come. We meet Claw, the Esper organization who would be Season 2's main villain, and we meet some of the characters who would end up proving to be Mob's greatest influences, the people who give him courage to go forward. In Season 2, we are immediately hit with Mob's culmination of growth. He tries to go for student council president, steps onto the stage for the first time, and then gives an eloquent speech. well then. Anyways, from this, he gets his first experience going out with a girl. But wait, she's only doing it because it was a dare, and she's the loser. In truth though, Emmy eventually did warm up to Mob, seeing as she showed him her writing work, which is something she's kept as a secret from everyone. Her friends tear up her writing, and we get this heartfelt scene where Mob picks up the scrap saying,
大事なものは拾うんだ。
Mob and Emmy end up picking up the torn pages together, only for the pieces to fly away. Blah blah blah, you know how the rest goes. Mob could have used his powers at the beginning, or he could have just not used them at all like he did with Teru, but he did use them. It shows how much this actually mattered to him, and instead of the typical shonen trope where the girl falls for him for his powers, she doesn't. And when Dimple asks about that very trope, he says,
超能力程度でそんなのあるわけないよ。
Such a great start to one of the best seasons of anime in my opinion. Speaking of Dimple, we get more character development from him. We see him actually start to care more and more about Mob, and he even sticks up for him when Mob is getting bullied. Also in episode 4, Mob puts his whole trust into him, letting Dimple possess his body to protect him, which was Dimple's main goal to begin with. This furthers the bond between them, and in episode 5, Dimple comes into Mogami's body to save him from losing himself. Not only that, but when possessing the Body Improvement Club's leader, he finally understands that muscles built through discipline and hard work will always outweigh muscles created through psychic powers. It's a huge jump from when Dimple was always telling Mob to use his powers for everything. Dimple's learning and adapting to the world around him, and in turn, is showing how much he respects Mob for the changes he's going through, humanizing the once evil spirit. But there's one guy who doesn't fully accept Mob's want for change, and it's actually the big man Reigen. Without even noticing it, Reigen says some real fucked up shit to Mob's face about his friends, which is some serious projection that we see later on considering that Reigen doesn't have any real friends himself. This creates a rift between the two and puts Reigen in isolation, where he has more time to reflect on himself as a person, but also time to prove himself as an independent worker who doesn't need Mob. This proves itself to be futile. I mean, he's in the psychic business with no psychic powers, so eventually he's exposed to be a fraud across the internet. His friends turn their backs on him, nobody remembers his birthday, and the only one he has supporting him is his own mother. Reigen is then thrown into a conference room for questioning after scandals and is asked the question,
なぜ霊感商法に手を染めたのですか?
Looking back on his life, he realizes just how reliant he was on Mob, and how much Mob's change actually scared him. But he also realizes how much Mob truly meant to him, and how he was caging Mob in due to his own insecurities. And just like that, Reigen realizes what needs to be said, not for the sake of keeping his reputation or business afloat, but for the sake of mending his biggest mistake.
Yeah, Reigen is actually one of the characters that really makes the show so fascinating and really a worth watching story, because Reigen represents this antagonist but also protagonist, this complicated person that is actually understanding what's life about, and he did the wrong choice but thoughtfully, you know. So it's not like your average type of person. I did it because life is dark. I didn't. No. He had the choice to not be a scam artist. He had the choice to do something else. He had the choice to not lie to his clients about his psychic powers. He had the choice to, but he always took the wrong choice. But he knew it was the wrong choice, and this is what makes him really interesting as a character, because his development and also the character himself, well, he's a person that is not a fucking good person, and he knows it, and is a person that is not a successful person, and he knows it as well, and it creates this dynamic between characters where Reigen is actually really someone fascinating, because in between all the scam artist stuff, the fact that, like, yeah, he lies for his job, he lies about powers and stuff, there's a real person that will tell you that is actually like someone just like you, that actually was like no, fuck it, like, I will not fucking go like living in this I won't fucking work in this average job where people treat me like treat me badly and do not recognize me, and might as well be a fucking scam artist or whatever I can be rather than that. And this is really the part that is really like interesting, because it's such a complicated and rich character and story that, like, you get to learn a lot, and you get to recognize a lot of this. You get to discover a type of personality that exists, but that is like really wrongfully, that really doesn't is not represented in storytelling in general. This person that tells you the world is a bad place. I had a bad job, and I told myself, fuck it. Might as well go down as one of the bad ones, as one of the bad apples, and he actually chose, and he did, and he chose while being a nice person. He's not like a scam. He doesn't have this overhyped ego or something like that. He doesn't see himself as a guru or something, but he has this personality of, oh yeah, no, I saw this live and I understood it. And I told myself, let's be a scam artist and let's make my life easier, even if it becomes worse, because I don't like to tell to be told to be talked down. I don't like to be I don't like to be treated this way. I'd rather treat myself, and lies or not lies, might as well. You get me? And this is what I like about like Reagan and his dynamic, because under that he still choose to be a good person. He's not a bad scammer. He's not a bad, like, he's not an awful person, you know? And this is something really fascinating that actually, like, he didn't mention, but he kind of like, he kind of like reflects upon, like, he kind of implicitly talks about these qualities that Reagan has. Reagan is such an interesting character. He has such a personality, and he's so realistic, and you get to see really someone that saw life, understood it, is as someone that is like not a complete idiot, and he told himself, no, might as well fucking go down with the fucking bad apples. Doesn't matter.
When Mob and Reagan
But it's not but this is all about his business and his way of life, the way he chooses to live his life, right? His personal life, his like his job, his career, right? But he's not that mean of a person as a person in general. So this is, but it's really interesting when you take the time to think about, and this is why Reagan is such a like a complete complex but completed type of character, where it's like, damn, he, and as much as like Mob is someone that is like really important to the show, I think that Reagan really is something, is just something else, you know? It's just like this type of character that like really makes you think, but not because of, of a great perspective or a life-changing opinion. No, because he's the dude that tells you, I'm not stupid. I am, but I am. I have refused to be and I refused this life, and I choose to be a fucking a fucking a fucking loser in it. But I'm a nice loser, you know, like,
finally see each other after being separated, Reagan is fully ready to get his ass beat for everything. So fully willing to confess what he actually is, Reagan asks Mob if he knew what he really was. And Mob's response is, the perspectives of what Mob sees from their first interaction when Reagan saved him, transitioning to Mob saving Reagan, is so fucking real. And I love what they did with Reagan's character here.
and just remember that, like, for his job, Reagan, for his career, Reagan is a complete liar. He's a scam artist. He doesn't, he lies about everything, and his powers and the way he thinks, but he still tries to do the job, right? But he lies about everything, but he's still a good person at the end of the day, and it's really fascinating. Like, Reagan is such a beautifully uh discovered, written character, you know?
It so that eventually Reagan's schemes would catch up to him. He might not be a bad person at heart, but he did do bad things, and this was something that was needed to further progress his character. Speaking of adults who messed up, we got our main villain Toshiro Suzuki over here, and this dude royally fucked up. I mean, he's a deadbeat dad who left his family for the sake of, yet again, world domination. Christ, when will these guys ever learn? There isn't all that much depth when it came to Suzuki other than the fact that he realized he just gained from Hunter x Hunter, aka absent. He's kind of just the culmination of, I'm the alpha, I'm the leader, in this series, and how main character syndrome can actually destroy the lives around you. But if there's one thing that Mob does in this fight that goes against the norm, it's him actually attempting to kill Suzuki. Like, look at this shit, yo, that's attempted murder. Mob to the slammer you go, you doofus. And that's mostly because of his time in episode 5 of the season, one of the best episodes in anime, and holy shit, what an episode it was. Now I know some things from the manga were omitted from the anime, but in my opinion, the anime did it a lot better. The manga showcased some pretty brutal imagery, with Mob even being shanked like it's London, but that's not realistic for a middle school student to go through, and so it doesn't really help Mogami prove anything. It doesn't show a very accurate depiction of bullying, and as such makes Asagiri completely irredeemable. And that makes the key point of this arc way less believable because it's the ability to change. Both showcase the same story, just one didn't want to be as depressing as the other, which depending on what kind of stories you like, will fit you better or worse. Also, the art in this episode was top notch. The desaturated colors and the black bars really helped add a claustrophobic and bleak feeling to the world that Mob was imprisoned in. Add this with the consistent high angles we get of Mob and it really makes him feel smaller and weaker than ever before. The clashing of philosophies between Mogami and Mob, with both being one-of-a-kind espers, is great and showcases perfectly why Mogami is the way he is, and actually helps justify his case even more. He's not torturing Mob for no reason. He's doing it so he can show Mob the other side of the world, how he was driven to a corner, and how sometimes even trying your best doesn't equate to success. He shows a world where Mob is fragile, a world where Mob keeps his ideals but lacks the support he desperately needs, pushing Mob to rely more on himself than others. And Mogami successfully breaks Mob here, proving to Mob and more importantly to himself that no matter what, every person is one push of a button away from deviating from the path that is deemed righteous. But what does Mob do? Well, nothing. He doesn't save himself, but Dimple and the memories of the people around him do. Remembering the good times, holding on to that hope is what leads Mob to reach his full potential. And look at him, he's so yassified, look at that shit. Mob never forgets that time he had in Mogami's spirit realm. He's become even more understanding of the human spirit than before and has become more appreciative of the people surrounding him. It lets him look back on his progress with pride and helps Mob view the world in a darker light. And that loss of naivety is important for, you guessed it, growth. Season 3 doesn't really have any villains. The entire season is focused on tying up the loose ends of the last season and finishing up Mob's story, with Mob himself being the final boss. Dimple has his final arc, which had the cliche, all I wanted was a friend, saying, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, and it made sense in the end considering who Dimple is. We get some nice banter between the two and see how much their friendship has actually grown since the beginning, with Mob refusing to fight back against Dimple in typical Mob fashion. It ends with Dimple sacrificing himself for Mob and being put on temporary leave, with him repairing all the damages he did, finishing his character arc and fully stopping Dimple's ambition for pointless validation from others. Also, we get a new co-worker this season to help Reigen out while Mob gets busier with mogging everyone around him. Serizawa from Claw's upper echelon is now employed under Reigen, and we get to see how this degenerate actually cooks, and boy, he does. This dude got a pretty significant glow up. From being an unemployed stinky gamer to now being employed under Reigen, he's doing a lot better than ever before. Serizawa still is a bit of a pushover, and it won't be as easy for him to change seeing as he's a lot older than Mob and even Reigen, but it's not impossible in the end, and these strides he's taking in self-improvement are definitely what he needs. He's a good worker and lives an honest life, pushing himself out of his comfort zone, much like many of the other Claw members now. They turn towards living and working hard, benefiting society in their own way, which I find heartwarming. These guys were all man-children who never grew up, so seeing them actually mature and adapt to society alongside their main cast was nice. I mean, just look at this guy's reaction to the horror that he experiences. Their old boss Suzuki comes back from prison and acknowledges the way they're living. Seeing someone who once believed himself to be a god humble himself and show respect to the ones he viewed below him before is a nice touch, with Suzuki even ending his arc acknowledging Mob's philosophy on life, being more in tune with reality than his, telling his son that he'll refrain from using his powers going forward despite the hardships that'll come with it. But the second arc of this season is where it fully shines. We reconvene with a lot of the characters that we met in this story, and we get to see their maturity through their question mark arc. I appreciate that the last arc is surrounding Mob's emotions going completely haywire, with the Mob we've known so far being tossed up against the emotions he's been keeping suppressed for so long. Teru fights with Mob one last time, this time with Teru holding back instead. He does use his powers, but limits himself to be more on the defensive side, much like Mob was when they first met. He saves people around him, and the fight parallels the other fight they had, but this time with Teru winning in the clash of ideologies. What's great is that when poor Teru loses his hair and is stripped naked again, you can actually see he's been working out. It's never mentioned in the story, but it's those little showcases of change that prove how much Mob has impacted the people around him. This fight was honestly one of my favorites in the show. It might not be the most visually spectacular fight, though it definitely still is really well made, as are all the fights in the series, but what the fight stands for and the symbolism behind a lot of the major events during it are what makes this whole thing amazing. The throwbacks from their past fight and Todeki still being his same petty self, just in a way more mature manner, just really shows how well developed he was. He never truly loses his personality and drive. He just makes them better. Speaking of getting better though, the Body Improvement Club shows up to help save Mob from the disaster going on in the city, and though they're thrown aside like it's nothing, it's still sweet that they went out and basically held to bring him back to safety. Also, Mob almost fucking kills one of them, which is like, yo, what? I didn't know you had that dog in you. Then there's Ritsu, who finally gets his 100% power up and comes to terms with why exactly he wanted powers. To save his brother should another event of head trauma happen again like it did in the past. Ritsu getting his power up was nice and all, and his reasoning behind it made sense in the moment, but Ritsu, my guy, if this was really your reasoning, you sure as hell were an asshole to your brother back in season 1, which seemed a lot less about caring about him and more about ego checking the dude. I liked the moment and all, but I did feel like season 1's arc wasn't really him, which I guess makes narrative sense since even then Mob was shocked. I don't know, I'm just rambling at this point. Extend watch time! In the end, he couldn't save Mob, and part of me wishes.
And there was like this episode where like they saw like extraterrestrial life and something happened. You know. I guess as much as like like popularity, like what you see outside, people seem to be really racist about like a lot of things. When it comes to the artistic side, you know, like arts, video games, anime, books, movies and stuff, we're really like, I'm at this point where I'm asking myself, are we not enough racist? Because sometimes love is love, but like it's great, love is love, you know. But goddamn, if you know the extraterrestrial fucking episode, you'll understand. Like, love has no boundaries though. But fuck me up. To be honest, this episode fucked me up.
He did, but I can't complain about the one who actually did save him. The big man Reagan himself. Oh yeah, the hype I felt from this running sequence was fucking euphoric. The original opening song playing, the animation, and his admittance of being inspired by Mob before running saying, obviously him working out and running faster isn't going to save Mob, and he gets dunked on right before he can even get to him, but then boom! Dimple's there and he's helping out. And man, what comes after was genuinely beautiful. Reagan actually manning up and admitting he was lying the whole time. After all this time of seeing Reagan conning Mob and everyone around him, it was a breath of fresh air to see him come clean. It snaps Mob out of his tantrum, not because Mob didn't know, but because Reagan actually killed a core part of himself by saying that. He exposed his greatest insecurity to the very person he was trying to hide it from for so long, and showed his true self. I don't think there could have been a better way to end Reagan's arc, and I'm so glad that he did admit to his biggest con. Mob then finally confesses to Tsubomi, which has kind of been the whole point of this story, and my boy, he gets rejected. And I fucking love that. It goes against that trope of the hero gets the girl for their hard work at the end. It doesn't follow the idea of being rewarded for being a good person, and lets Mob feel sorrow for a bit before he stands up and continues forward in his life. Tsubomi wasn't just.
Yeah, it makes it so like, yeah, it doesn't matter how much. Real life is real life, and maybe you'll get the fucking like you'll get to date someone else later on. You already did a step to, like, especially when you see the personality of Mob, you know, like you'll get to. This was just the first time. The next one will maybe tell you yes, you know. The next one will maybe have feelings to you, you know?
It's going to fall from out of nowhere. She hasn't been there for everything. It wouldn't make any sense, and even if she was there for everything, he's not entitled to her for working as hard as he did. He did that for himself, and it shows in his continued perseverance in his fields, even going on to help the newbies in the Body Improvement Club. We get one last shot of Reagan and Mob surrounded by the friends they made, and Mob, finally for the first time, laughs out of joy. Not whatever this is. The ending for this show was a perfect 10 out of 10, and I'm really glad that I stuck with it throughout the years. So plugging it into the moist meter, I'm gonna give it a 5%. Anyway, that's enough yapping for me. Fuck off.
Okay. Let's keep on going. Okay. I needed to do a fucking complaint. I've been on the internet for quite a fucking while, okay? I've been like noticing like new trends really fast, and something happened, and I don't know where the fuck does it come from, but I just logged in and everyone was saying yapping. I guess for like we chill and we talk, you know. Where the fuck does yapping come from? And how the fuck did like my whole fucking like internet like research and like the whole like internet content creators like became like yappers? Like, when did this happen? How did I miss that? Who was the first yapper? Like, I don't know. It just perturbs me because I was really like, I just kind of noticed this pattern. Someone said the word yap, and I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And then I noticed that like everyone is saying it, and I don't know. Maybe I'll yap someday. I don't fucking know. Maybe I already did. I have no fucking clue where the fuck does yapping come from. It just appeared, and now it's there. It's there. I'll fucking know. I just needed to point this out because like it really like troubled me that like I was doing my content creation stuff, and noticed that like everyone says the word yapping, and I couldn't fucking understand why the fuck it happened and why the fuck everyone fucking says it. Like, I understand it's a trend, but it was really shocking to me to just like kind of discover it, and I don't know where it comes from, but like, yeah, just needed to point this out. I'm still pretty sure that like it means talking. I'll check it out. What the fuck does yapping mean? Uh, yeah, so it's just like basically it's just chilling and talking. Okay, I just need to be sure. Where the fuck does yapping come from? Why the fuck did it become so important? Everyone yaps now. A couple months ago, I was already doing content creation. No one was yapping. And now everyone is. It's not a complaint. It's not a. I just needed to point this out just because I was really shocked by just like there's a new word apparently. And it's like, oh fuck, there's a new word. Everyone uses it. It's maybe useless, but like I needed to say it. Anyway. Uh back into React. So I think I have like yeah. I have like two more. Two more. And then we're done so for the day. At least for now. Okay. By the way, let me just check my what the fuck I'm recording. Just to be sure. Perfect. And all goes my sound. Okay, I'll give okay. So the next one is another like okay.
Mob Psycho's unique show.
No, it's not this one. It's the same one that we watched. Oh yeah, fuck. Here you go.
"645 times. That's the number of times I could have critically injured you, and also the number of times I've decided against doing so. I could eliminate you in 2 seconds. Your eyes are the eyes of the dead. The dead cannot stop me. Long before Jujutsu Kaisen Sukuna, and long after Hunter x Hunter's Meruem, Tokyo Ghoul would introduce us to one of, if not the greatest depiction of the strongest, Arima Kisho. In this video, I intend to explain and provide a bit of analysis behind what allowed Arima to be what I believe is the greatest depiction of the strongest in manga, and why his strength was just different from most who were declared to be the strongest in their respective series. Unlike most, Arima Kisho did not bring excitement or hope to the story with any appearances that he would make, but quite the contrary. Arima would usually be accompanied by the feeling of fear and desperation. With that said, I'll wrap up the intro here. If you enjoy content such as this, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. And now, let's get into it. Before we get into Tokyo Ghoul Re, where we actually learn about Arima, who he is, what he stands for, things of that nature, I believe the most fundamental part of Arima's portrayal of the strongest comes from his first true introduction to the story as an antagonist to Kaneki, which is the very abrupt end of Tokyo Ghoul. As Kaneki runs through the Antiku raid, saving almost everybody partaking in it, he runs into both Enji and Itami, who are also powerful combatants on his side, and they all create the plan to eventually meet back up at an underground area called V14. On his way there, Kaneki confronts Amon one last time, barely managing to defeat him. As Kaneki desperately crawls to the meeting point as he's losing his sanity, he comes across Hide one last time, who may have sacrificed himself in order to give Kaneki a chance against this unknown obstacle in his way. Here is where the story cuts away from Kaneki's mental breakdown, and when we come back to Kaneki, he explains that Hide was now gone, and he was now completely healed up and alone, with nothing but the taste of sweet blood in his mouth. He would continue to walk aimlessly until reaching a clearing, a field of decaying flowers with a man silently standing in the midst of it all, like a puzzle piecing itself together. Kaneki instantly understood the situation and knew who this man was. Arima Kisho, the undefeated investigator of the CCG who had been silently waiting for him this entire time. As Kaneki stares at Arima, he says that the sight was strangely beautiful and goes on to reveal that the decaying flower bed that Arima had been standing in this entire time was truly a field of dead bodies. Kaneki sees what's happened to his comrades and attempts to push himself into this fight with anger, but he couldn't do anything but feel immense despair. He knew the truth. He knew that no matter what he did, he was going to end up another body in this field. Understand that at this point, Kaneki was one of the more powerful characters in the series that we knew of at the time. He wasn't top 3 or anything, but he was at least top 10, bare minimum. So for him to say something like this was an insane shock to the reader, because Kaneki had always been a character who would always beat the odds, and when he lost, he would really only lose to himself. As Kaneki goes in to strike Arima, he's impaled before he's able to even take a step, and right after, Arima puts another blade through his eye, and from there on, the fight is a one-sided massacre, ending with what seems to be Arima eliminating Kaneki and going about his day, and he goes on to fight the strongest ghoul in the series, who is wiping out multiple special class investigators with their eyes closed, the One-Eyed Owl, and this fight ends with him scaring her off, and he didn't even put in any effort. To me, and many others, seeing a protagonist get eradicated the way Kaneki did and brushed off to the side like that was insane. After everything we've been through in the story, just for Kaneki to run into the wrong person and die shortly after was something that left PTSD in all of the readers. So shortly after Arima takes over this entire final arc, he completely ends it in 4 chapters, and the first half of Tokyo Ghoul ends as a whole. Fast forward 2 months in the real world, and the sequel to Tokyo Ghoul Re, was finally released. Yes, Suya Yoshida would only do a 2-month break before starting the sequel, which is insane, but I digress. Here, we will be introduced to Heisei Sasaki, who was very reminiscent of Kaneki, but people didn't want to say they were the same person just yet, and it was really because it was so obvious that we just thought it had to be a red herring. It'd be shown in the very first chapter that Heisei was being cultivated with the intent.
I think that, like, I took the time to think about it. These type of characters that are highly cold, highly realistic, are and non-emotional is something that like we don't see in anime enough, but especially when you talk about like supernatural organizations and stuff like that, they actually exist, and the top of the food chain and stuff like that usually, well, at least some look like them, and they're up to business, and biz is biz with them. And it's interesting that there is a character depicting this type of elitism, which is not this like proud elitism, but I think that like it's a character that is quite similar to, in certain ways, to Makima, where there is like this coldness of simply like being more powerful than you in an absolute way, so in every way, and knowing that it is true and carrying this burden. And they don't think, people tend to not think about like this, the burden that people that are like objectively better than you, like better, objectively superior to you, they carry, because they walk around like societies, and they're just better than anyone else. They know better, they fight better, they love better, they do everything better than you. And this is a burden, and to each their own reaction, you know. And I think that's what's interesting, is that like uh the this character Carnegie, I think Carnegie, well, basically represents a like someone at the same level of Makima in Chainsaw Man, or what is it called? Or is it called or Satoru or Gojo in Jujutsu Kaisen, where it's like they know that they're superior in every way, but they're gods goddesses compared to you. And what's interesting in this mechanic is how they react to that. And this is one of the fascinating reaction. What after becoming someone that is godlike, that is a god compared to anyone else, what how did it change them?
Intention of surpassing Arima himself, and that they apparently already had a great mentor-mentee relationship, which is a scary bombshell for us to be hit with as soon as Ri would begin. And furthermore, after Heisei would lash out in his ghoul state in chapter 7, Arima would be shown in the very next chapter simply saying that Heisei did what he had to do and that's all there was to it, while telling him that he needed to expand his limits, which was great foreshadowing for something in the future. Also, there's just small hints to Arima's character being a bit more than how we'd be introduced to him, as after he and Heisei sparred in the meeting room, they both agreed to keep it a secret from everyone else as if it were a joke. Not only this, Arima does seem genuinely moved when Heisei says that Arima is his father and that he'd bring his own children to see him. And Arima even responds by saying that he'd like to see his own grandchildren someday. Arima's portrayal at the beginning of Ri is completely different from how we'd originally see him as this unstoppable killing machine, and despite this, I did not let my guard down. You never really could after the initial display he showed, but there was some semblance of humanity shown in Arima here, although the story will endlessly imply otherwise. Arima doesn't really appear much until many chapters down the line, but he does make an appearance at the end of the auction in chapter 31, where he was apparently going to eliminate Hinami, but Heisei would intercept this by claiming ownership over her, and in flashbacks during the Rosewald raid about 20 chapters later, detailing his borderline abusive training regimen for Heisei before the series began, as he asks Heisei if he would like to die again if he can't continue. I think how people would see Arima after learning of how he treated Heisei before the events of Ri may vary from person to person, but for me personally, I was still on the fence like I had been the entire story. Despite how I felt, this moment reminded me of the fear that I had of Arima, despite being on the fence of his morality, because no matter how you spin it, Arima could end the series again if he ever felt like doing so. See, something I've always enjoyed about Arima being the character who represents the strongest is the fact that to him, being the strongest isn't his main selling point. Not only that, it's only a part of his character. Arima's role as the strongest serves to only assist his role as a Reaper and a haunting figure over the story of Tokyo Ghoul, yet he does such a great job at displaying overwhelming strength that you can't help but notice it. It's like he's not even trying to play this role. After this traumatic flashback, Heisei would soon regain his memories.
Yeah, and this is in storytelling and in real life, the differences between people who try to be strong and people who try to be powerful and they're really powerful. And this is true as well in real life. Well, like the people who try to be powerful, maybe sometimes they are, but the people who are truly powerful, it is like once you get past this point, you you're stuck in it, and there is no turning back, and there is no magical machine, or like, and you're stuck at being a monster, and and this is more of a curse than a blessing, because you end up being this monster, and there's a life around you, and there's a life around you not fitted for monsters, you know. And this is something that like these characters usually share when it comes to this when it comes to this power level. They know that they're monsters. They know that they what's interesting about it is that these monster figures, monsters of powers, are actually more victimized by society than, even if they can destroy it, even if they can do whatever the fuck they want in the society, they're more victimized because they have to adapt to the society. They have to adapt to the society, and and usually these type of monsters, they are self-created, or they are victim of like external consequences that made them this way. And because of that, like there is a lot of like interesting like dynamics that you do not see in like this basic character that search for power, that we search for the truth, that you see in these monsters. You just see someone that has it. He has it. It's complete, and he has to live with it. What does it make it? Like, this is why also they have like usually like complete complex and colorful personalities. It's because having such a burden of being the strongest, the greatest, or the most powerful, well, it comes with the price where your life cannot be simple anymore. Never. Your choices cannot be, your innocence is gone forever. And this is what I like about like depictions of like how is it called? Fuck. Uh, Arima, but also Sukuna, actually, Gojo and Makima. These are the ones I can think about, because and also because that are in a modern society, right? But and you can notice like there are like patterns, and they're like patterns not bound by storytelling, but bound by the status exists, and it creates like a complete different like shaped spirit. It's a different color of vibration, and this is what makes them so fascinating. This is why people are so eager to fucking discover about them, because a lot of logics do not apply to them, and logics that applies to everyone do not apply to them, but logics that applies to no one else than them, may be personal or may be because they're monsters, apply to them. And this is what's fascinating about this type of
To
characters.
become Kaneki once more, going on to
And another thing is that, like, they are all unique. You cannot compare. Like, there is no comparison possible. Try to compare, forgot his name again. Try to compare Arima to Gojo, or to Sukuna, or to Makima. You get me? Completely unique. There is not even like a glimpse of comparison that you can do, because this is a type of character that is like really unique, and this type of person exists in the world, and Zella is just a different breed of person, a species, a race by itself, a species by itself, you know.
to defeat both Kane and Eto, and closing out the entire arc as a whole by eating Eto's Kakuja, giving himself a massive power-up as a reward. This is an important detail, as at this point we knew Kaneki vs Arima was going to happen again, it was just a matter of when. So maybe Eto leaving Kaneki this Kakuja for him to eat would actually give him a chance at winning. Soon after, Arima goes on to easily defeat Shachi, despite him noticing Arima's glaucoma and him being one of the strongest ghouls in the series easily. It takes Arima less than half a chapter to wipe Shachi off the earth, something we've seen Kaneki in the previous series make absolutely zero progress in doing, despite using multiple strategies against Shachi and being given multiple chances to do so. As this moment would take place before the two Reapers would finally clash once more, this seemed to serve as build up to Arima. Keep in mind that at this point, we hadn't seen Arima fight since he destroyed both Kaneki and Eto in sequence, so I do believe this moment was to remind us of Arima's strength and let us know that he has certainly not lost his touch. As this essay kind of focuses on the nuances of Arima's strength rather than his raw strength, I do want to hammer down the point that when Arima was spoken about in the series, like his stories, his lore, his fights, or whenever we'd actually see him in a fight, all the characters do not fight Arima with the intention of overcoming and defeating him. Characters do not fight Arima, or whenever we'd actually see him in a fight, all his story. I want to hammer down the point that when Arima was spoken about in the series, like his stories, his lore, his fights, or whenever we'd actually see him in a fight, all the characters do not fight Arima with the intention of overcoming and defeating him. The true challenge in fighting Arima was finding an escape route. You fought Arima to run away and hope and pray that you can find a way out of the situation. He's like one of those red named characters in a video game. When he pulled up, you had to run and hope he left the map. Arima was just that powerful. Now before we get into the eventual battle between Kaneki and Arima, the arc that contains their battle begins with Kaneki looking at his old cell in Kokle and entering a brief flashback of Kaneki and Arima formally meeting after Arima would destroy him at the end of the original series. To keep this flashback short, Arima displays that he is quite a cruel person, but that he's more empathetic than we may believe. There's always a method to his madness. This is Sui Ishida doing a perfect job at keeping you endlessly guessing when it comes to Arima, the person he is, and his true intentions. It's almost as if Ishida wants you to let your guard down next to this calamity, meanwhile telling you to always look over your shoulder because one wrong move and you're done. The story reinforces this feeling by having Kaneki himself feel the exact same and expressing that in his thoughts constantly. Tokyo Ghoul uses Arima's role as the strongest to not be displayed in battles, or as someone who needs to be defeated as a milestone, but the story chooses to use this role to send shivers down its reader's spine and to endlessly screw with them, and I love it. Even when we finally come to Arima and Kaneki's confrontation that's been built up little by little throughout the story, the first thing that Kaneki thinks of is if his father sees him, hoping that Arima puts the blade down and shows any signs of empathy or love toward Kaneki by letting him go, despite deep down already accepting that he sacrificed his life for the sake of the people that he loves. Even with this resolve, Kaneki's forced to ponder if he was ever truly loved. To him, it's the only chance that he has of walking away with his life, and also Arima's. Not only this, he doesn't even want to fight Arima because he does love him with all his heart as well. As the two battle, Arima easily cuts off both of Kaneki's legs and tells him to stop screwing around, and the scene right after displays him from many years ago crushing a butterfly with no apparent reason, and as Tsuneyoshi asks Arima what's bothering him, he would say an insect, and we'd cut back to the present with Kaneki on the floor. Meanwhile, Arima's back is facing him. A clear metaphor. To us, this would be confirmation of the heart that Arima possesses. The question that's haunted all readers throughout the entire run would finally be answered here. Arima is not our friend, and Kaneki has no choice but to somehow overcome this or die again. Nothing else. And it doesn't help that we're shown that every character in the story could not or never understand Arima right after. It's a heartbreaking and horrifying moment, and really a smack of reality to the reader's face, telling us, hey, you thought you were different from the rest, but that was never the case. Instead, you misunderstood him like everybody else, and now you'll pay the price for making that mistake. Tokyo Ghoul is always a psychological thriller before anything else, and Ishida always makes sure to stick to that before anything else. As we come back to the fight, Kaneki lies on the ground as a mess and attempts to desperately crawl away. Arima goes on to let him know that he's had 645 chances to end the battle. In 645 chances, he decided to spare Kaneki's life, and he could end this in 2 seconds if he chose to. Kaneki, despite all of his growth, is still no more than an ant to him, and if he can't stop him here, he's gonna go down and slaughter every single one of his friends with no hesitation, after finishing off Kaneki, of course. Kaneki doesn't make it clear that he's going to defeat Arima himself, so Arima calls him a waste and flexes on him by attempting to kill him the same way that he's once killed him before, forcing Kaneki to go into a berserk Kakuja state. And then, the true fight begins. Nope. Arima absolutely decimates Kaneki again. Not even a Kakuja power-up could close the gap between the two. It's not until Kaneki gets a pep talk from his best friend in his own mentally shattered brain where he stands back up and faces Arima not with a look of grimace, but a smile. A smile that communicates to Arima that Kaneki isn't facing him to sacrifice himself, but here, he's going to face him to win and live on. And this is what makes Arima finally throw away that mask and smile for once in the fight. It's at this moment that once Kaneki has truly learned to value his own life and fight for it, Arima smiles, and he drops the facade of the ruthless monster. Soon after this, Arima throws the fight and fatally wounds himself. This makes Kaneki run toward him and asks him what he's doing and why would he do this, and he tells Kaneki to be quiet and listen, as he goes on to reveal his heritage, why he's as strong as he is, and a hint toward his true intentions of Kaneki, asking him to become the man who defeated Arima Kisho, and begging him to become that person, so Kaneki can begin making steps toward mending the ghoul in human societies. And once Kaneki accepts, he thanks him from the bottom of his heart for allowing him to finally do something that is not taking the lives of others, but quite the contrary, someone who was finally able to leave something behind on this world. And we're shown that Arima had never crushed that butterfly from earlier in the first place, but instead, he let it go when nobody was watching, showing that deep down inside, he's never wanted the life of taking others' lives, and the one who sought death more than anyone was the Reaper himself. Being the strongest to Arima was something that never really pleased him, and in fact, forced him into a role that made him completely.
This is a fascinating plot twist. And this is exactly what I was talking about, where there is like a certain power level that people can experience. It can happen in real life if you get to the divine, right? But basically, like, there is this level of power where like life does not apply to you like it does to anyone else. It applies to you in a unique way, and the choices and who you are will make you someone really unique. And this is why I love this type of characters, because they're out of the tropes. They're one of. They are characters that are one of, and this is why I actually like love Chainsaw Man for Makima, because of uh this aspect that she has, similar to Kaneki, where to similar to the other dude. Similar to Arima, or similar to Gojo, similar to how is it called? Well, to oh fuck. Let me just check. I'm so similar to, I said it before, to Ryuman Sukuna. It's like people that have like your motives like are, it's something that like is already like something that they do not have the chance to even be able to care about. They are on their own path, and they are themselves, you know. Like, and there is no friendly, and there is, they can like, if you understand, you understand, and you understand that like, but this is only possible when you reach a certain amount of raw power, where life doesn't apply to you the same way, reality doesn't apply to you the same way, fuck, physics doesn't apply to you the same way, medicine doesn't apply to you the same way, and because of that, you have you are something else. And then, well, because of that, what who is this person that what did it make to to this person to reach this higher level? Who did they became, you know? I can give you like a last example of like a character that is maybe I could give you, no, I guess like Sukuna, Gojo, Makima, and my memory and Arima are good examples, you know.
Miserable his entire life, but it also gave him the opportunity to change the entire world and leave something behind if he were to endure the role long enough. In a way, Arima's journey can also serve as a metaphor for someone pursuing their purpose, as he did endure a long, miserable life that paid out in him having a successor who would go on to save the entire world and Ghoul kind, ensuring that an existence such as his would never exist again. To me, Arima Kisho was an extremely unique case of a character who played the role of the strongest, as again, he didn't use this role in the same manner that pretty much every other character does, and used it as a foundation to a greater cause. Even in a meta context, Arima's role as
And a greater cause that is only his, that is personal to him. And this is something that you will see often with these type of characters, that they have like their causes, their motivations. There is no one else. It's just them. You get me? This is what makes them so fascinating, because they represent an elite that could exist, that technically exists, but that you do not see. And that's usually, if you understand that like this type of elite truly exists, you could just die of fear. Because if you're not part of this cast, then you'll probably never be, and you probably should run away for your life. And if you understand a little bit too much about them, then you'll probably die because you became insane. Like, these are like rules established for this level of power, and it exists within the world, within certain worlds. I'll keep it short.
Strongest was used in two unique ways. One, to instill fear into readers, as if you were playing the role of an apex predator that none can reason with up until the very end. And two, to achieve something greater than himself. Being the strongest was no more than a means to an end. And overall, this is how I see his character, and I absolutely think he was the best character of his time when it comes to being the strongest. With that said, I heavily recommend everybody to give Tokyo Ghoul a read or a reread, as it's been many years since it's concluded, and I think you might like it on another run. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Okay, 100. A really, really, really great video. You should check it out. His other stuff, or maybe I don't know. I have like many things to like record and stuff. But yeah, this was actually a great depiction, and he described really well. Like a level of power that actually people don't talk about this, because people I'll say at that. Anyway, let's keep on going. Something fresh, something more light. Let's get to that.
The name Lisa has become equivalent to top-tier anime.
Before anything, I fucking love Lisa. I fucking love this artist. I love Japanese music, J-rock and J-pop. Anime music is just something like it traverses. It's way better than like it is something that like comes like it is absolutely uncomparable, wonderful, and goes beyond just like being animated, you know. I don't know, like it is something just like special. So Lisa being like
songs and a guarantee for quality animes. But unlike the many artists I have introduced so far, her path to success was not easy. She didn't have the internet at her disposal, nor did she have label deals right from the get-go. In this video, I'm gonna introduce you to the story of Lisa, and how she went from a broke country girl to the queen of anime songs. Born in Gifu in 1987, Lisa developed a strong affinity towards music as a kid thanks to her mother. When she was in kindergarten, Lisa was sent to a musical school to improve her timidity around people, and that's where she fell in love with singing and dancing. Lisa's passion for performing only grew as time passed, so when she was in 5th grade, she moved to Okinawa to attend the Okinawa Actors School, where she learned to sing professionally. In 2005, Lisa formed her own band called Chucky during high school. The band's activity continued for 3 years after her graduation, where they would go on to perform at live houses across Gifu, while Lisa was part-timing to save up money. In 2008, Lisa decided to break up the band, as the other members only considered it as an interest, instead of a career. Following the disbandment, Lisa realized that the only way to turn her dream into reality was to move to Tokyo. However, her mother, who has been nothing but supportive of her so far, was against the idea. Understandably, they got into a massive fight, which ended with Lisa storming off to Tokyo, with the 1 million yen she saved from part-timing. Right after she moved to Tokyo, she instantly understood the reason why her mother was against her. Although Lisa was able to form a new band called Love is Same All, even with 1 million yen in her pocket, the expense of living in Tokyo, and the cost of keeping a band afloat with the studios and venues, forced her to always be on the brink of being broke. So for a few years, she had to live in a room without any furniture. She used cardboard boxes as storage. She cooked rice with a pan because she couldn't afford a rice cooker, and she hand-washed all her clothes because it was the cheapest option. 3 months after Lisa moved to Tokyo.
And this is actually the reality. So I am someone who follows like the music industry because I love the music industry, and this is usually like the sacrifices that the artists that do not get like luck choose to do. And you'll see it often that like the successful artists exist and but they'll tell you I sacrificed everything, and they really did. But it paid out because, well, fucking, well, in this type of industries, if like these people, they work every day, 24/7. Like there is no day off. There is I'm achieving my dream, and there is nothing nothing stopping me from doing that. Nothing. And usually this is why these stories are so inspirational, because because it's achievable, but because it takes so much, and because these people, they actually fucking love and dream about this all the time. This is what I like about like but yeah, quit everything to fucking get your dream job in art. It will work, but you'll have to sacrifice everything and everyone, and you'll be at maybe something, you know. But you'll be pursuing the dream that you always dreamt about, for sure.
Cool. She finally made up with her mother, and the first thing her mother did after visiting her place was to buy her a bed, and occasionally send her boxes of vegetables from the countryside. Still, her life during that period was incredibly hard. She had to juggle 3 different part-time jobs a day, while carving out time to practice with the band and perform at live houses. And with Love Is Same All struggling to establish themselves even as an indie band, Lisa started attending all kinds of auditions just to find a gateway into the industry. This relentless lifestyle continued for almost 2 years, until finally, her endeavor materialized in the most unexpected way. Almost 2 years, just to find a gateway into the even as an indie band.
Wait, Love Is Same All. So Lisa means actually Love Is Same All, because you can see like LESA, you know, like it actually means Love Is Same All. That's beautiful.
Lisa started attending all kinds of auditions just to find a gateway into the industry. This relentless lifestyle continued for almost 2 years, until finally, her endeavor materialized in the most unexpected way. At that time, an original anime that features a fictional band was under production, and Lisa was able to book the singing part of one of the lead vocals. The anime is called Angel Beats. After airing, Angel Beats instantly became one of the most popular animes of 2010. And since its feature songs are a vital part of the story, the fictional band Gross Dead Monster also became popular among the fans. So soon after the anime ended, it was announced that Gross Dead Monster would be touring Japan from August to December. While this is the big break Lisa has been working so hard for, it also presented one of the biggest dilemmas of her life. By choosing to participate in the tour, Lisa won't be able to continue her role as the lead vocal of Love Is Same All. Even though the band never found its footing, it was the members who fought alongside Lisa during those tough times that allowed her to land this breakout gig. But when she brought up this problem, they told her that she should do it, and this is the exact reason why she came to Tokyo in the first place. With their encouragement.
Wow, these people, wait, see these people, legends. These people are fucking legends. Can you believe that? They started a band with a girl, and when she got like she got lucky, and she finally fucking got an opportunity. They told her, "You go, girl. You fucking go, girl. It doesn't matter. We're good. Like, don't. It's all fine. Pursue your dream." These men are fucking legends. Bless you. Like, these men deserve
her to land this breakout gig. But when she brought up this problem, they told her that she should do it, and this is the exact reason why she came to Tokyo in the first place. With their encouragement, Lisa was able to focus on Gross Dead Monster without distractions or guilt. The tour was a massive success, and Lisa was getting more attention than she ever had. But somewhere deep in her, she was afraid that this wouldn't last. The popularity she and Gross Dead Monster have was largely due to the success of Angel Beats. But once the tour ends, will she go back to being a nobody? Will anyone care when she makes her solo debut? With all this uneasiness brewing in her mind, on April 20, 2011, Lisa made her official solo debut with a mini album, Letters to You. Contrary to her doubts, the album was well received among the fans she has established through the Girl That Monster tour, so she can finally take a moment to celebrate. Later that year, she released her first single, Oath Sign, for the popular anime Fate Zero. The song went as high as number 5 on the Oricon Weekly chart, and also set the tone for her journey of becoming the queen of anime songs. After a strong start to her solo career in 2011,
and she truly is the queen of anime songs. If you never took the time to listen to Lisa outside of like anime openings, you should really give it a try. Like this is just like symphonies of music. Like this is like beyond, like this is so colorful, creative. Like it's such a beautiful artist.
Lisa wasted no time in releasing her first full album, Lover's Smile, in the following year, which was able to reach number 5 on the Billboard Japan Top Albums. But what really introduced her to a bigger audience, and not just in Japan, was the release of her second single, Crossing Field, for the anime Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online became a phenomenon in 2012, and played a huge role in bringing anime to a global audience, with Crossing Field standing out as an incredible song in its own right. Lisa quickly became one of the hottest stars in the anime industry. By the way, as of right now, Lisa has provided a whopping 7 songs for the Sword Art Online franchise. After a successful 2013, which saw Lisa releasing her second full album, Land Space, she was given the green light to host her first ever concert at Budokan on January 3, 2014. This was actually the second time Lisa had set foot in this prestigious venue, the first time being when she participated in an audition as a little kid. It was also then that she first learned the significance of stepping on the stage of Budokan, and that she wanted to become a singer. However, reality often has a way of raining on people's parades. As the long-awaited concert finally began, Lisa suddenly felt a sense of discomfort in her throat while performing the very first song, and by the third song, she was already unable to sing at her usual volume. The struggle continued for the rest of the concert, which lasted for 2.5 hours. While the thought of failing herself and all the fans who came to see her had Lisa depressing for weeks after the concert, she also found hope within the fans who stuck around and supported her to the end of the show. So to commemorate this unfortunate event and her appreciation for the fans, Lisa wrote a song called Rising Hope, which ended up becoming one of her most popular songs. Rising Hope is the theme song of another popular anime called The Irregular at Magic High School. Not only did it reach number 4 on the Oricon Weekly chart, which is at that time her highest ever, but it also brought Lisa her first TV performance on the music station. With this achievement, Lisa became undeniably the face of anime songs. And as her popularity reaches unprecedented heights for an anime singer, Lisa announced her second trip to Budokan, almost exactly a year after the disastrous debut concert. But this time, she is hosting the concert for 2 straight days and has more than twice as many of the fans attending. The Revenge Budokan concerts were a massive success, and for the next few years, Lisa continued releasing singles and albums tirelessly while hosting concerts on a bigger and bigger scale. However, during those years, even though she was still releasing anime songs, only Adamas from Sword Art Online Season 3 was able to reach the success she enjoyed with Crossing Field and Rising Hope. A huge reason is that
if you like Japanese music, can you, like, for me, each time it leaves like a little, like a small just like intro, like just like a small moment of a song, and I'm like, yeah, I'll have that to my playlist as well. This is how much I fucking love Lisa. Like, this is such a beautiful artist. She has such a fucking creative mind. It is insane.
Thanks to Lisa herself, the anime industry is starting to put more emphasis on anime songs, so the overall quality has risen a lot. As a result, a wave of young artists started to make their names through anime songs, like Aime and Yonezu Kenshi. One might start to wonder if it's time for Lisa to pass the baton down to the newcomers. That is until Christmas of 2018, when a meeting was held between Lisa and Ufotable to discuss her availability to provide the theme song for a new anime scheduled to be released in 2019. Little did Lisa know, or maybe she did, that this meeting would change her life, J-pop, and anime forever. Fast forward to April 22nd, 2019. After spending months working on this song, Lisa released her 15th single, Gurenge, for the anime Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer instantly became a worldwide phenomenon and brought the popularity of anime to unparalleled heights. The opening, Gurenge, which embodies the spirit of the show so perfectly, also became the biggest anime song hit ever. Every few years, a generational anime will come by and catch the general public's attention, like Attack on Titan and The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, but never on Demon Slayer's scale and relevancy. A huge reason is because of its theme song. Since the anime exploded in popularity, Gurenge has been one of the most played songs in Japan, subsequently becoming part of non-anime fans' daily lives. Furthermore, on December 7th, Lisa performed Gurenge on the first take, propelling the song to even greater heights, while cementing the channel's role in forever changing J-pop. And to put the cherry on top, Lisa was invited to perform at Kohaku for the very first time, alongside some of the biggest names in J-pop. After experiencing the most successful year in her career so far, which saw Lisa's popularity transcend beyond the limitations of subculture and country borders, Lisa went straight back into the studio to work on her 5th full album. At the same time, Ufotable once again reached out to Lisa for the theme song of the Demon Slayer movie, Mugen Train. The movie has already been announced back in 2019, but the producers waited to 2020 to officially bring Lisa back. She was incredibly excited about this opportunity, because being the manga reader herself, Lisa has on multiple occasions stated that Mugen Train is her favorite arc, and Rengoku is her favorite character. So it is understandable why she would write a song dedicated solely to Rengoku himself. As the hype around Mugen Train builds higher and higher, on October 14th, Lisa released her 17th single, Homura, alongside her 5th full album, Leo 9. Together, they occupied the #1 spot on both Oricon's single and album charts simultaneously, while topping a total of 7 different categories, a record no one has ever done before. Then, on October 16th, the Demon Slayer movie Mugen Train officially premiered. Words can't describe the societal phenomenon that.
And this was like during a moment of where like Demon Slayer and other animes became like mainstream. Like something unbelievable happened. Is world released on cinema, so because of how much it was popular. But take the time, like if you have a dream, like take the time to think about the story, and take the time to rethink that. Like this girl, she did music when she was young, then she fucking like moved to Japan, to Tokyo, and she got fucking like destroyed, destroyed by the fucking like Tokyo life and because of the money. But she kept on striving, and she kept on going, and she kept on writing, and she kept on asking, banging to the doors, and this is what happens. Like there's a lot of dreams when it comes to being creative, but are like not bound to be talented at all, especially these days. It's about your will to actually achieve it. And think about it. If you have like a dream, an unachievable dream, maybe it's not that unachievable. Maybe you really need to fucking like sacrifice everything for it. Or maybe it's not actually your true dream, I don't know if it makes sense, or if I talk to you like that doesn't matter. Like
that was the Mugen Train. So here are 2 facts about this movie. First, Mugen Train overtook Spirited Away as the highest grossing film in Japanese history. Second, Mugen Train was the highest grossing film worldwide in 2020. The result? Homura took home Song of the Year at the Japan Record Awards, while gifting Lisa a trip back to Kohaku. During her performance of Homura, NHK recorded a mind-blowing 46% viewership, which means almost half of Japan's population was tuning in. As we move on to 2021, after 2 years of hiatus due to COVID, Lisa was finally able to resume touring in Japan again. While she's at it, she also made the theme song for Demon Slayer Season 2, Akeboshi. Although Akeboshi wasn't a groundbreaking hit like its predecessors, it still brought Lisa back to Kohaku for the 3rd straight year, where she would perform both Akeboshi and Homura. Since then, Lisa continued touring Japan and Asia, and hosted 2 more concerts at Budokan, all while providing songs for popular animes. The name Lisa is equivalent to top-tier anime songs in popular animes, like Demon Slayer and Sword Art Online. But let's not forget that it also represents the hardship she went through early on in her career, and how she went from nobody to the queen of anime songs. This has been Cushion.
It's really a beautiful and a loving way to talk about like an artist, and I think that it is quite something beautiful to actually it's the way he portrayed her and the way he actually talked about his story is her story is absolutely wonderful. You should definitely check out like her playlists, like her albums and stuff. It is something really, really, really good. Like it's something really, really good. All right, on this one, yeah, check on Lisa, her album. It's worthwhile. And on this one, I will leave you because I'm kind of done here. As always, be toxic.